Okay, so last session started out with us um in a place. In a place. We kind of started out waking up, looking into the sky. There was a storm going on. We were in our little cave location. Well, I don't know if we were in a cave actually. I didn't write that down, but we were taking shelter from a storm. There was a big sandstorm going on in the area around us as we begun looking for the shaker nodes. We also got our first little glimpse of Rufus in action. We kind of looked around, assessed the storm. It was a little bit too risky for us to fly through, so we just traveled. We traversed by foot. We made it a decent way away and kind of found ourselves inside this canyon. And upon looking around, spotted some holes in the canyon, which were definitely nothing bad. Rowan transformed Freya into a giant fly for the purposes of flying out of the canyon, and then attracted the attention of a bunch of bats, which was not great. The bats harassed us as well as Rowan tried to fly up, but eventually we made it through that. Using Freya, we were able to get everyone out of the canyon. And once we got on top, we were able to see a little bit more outside of the storm, and we found a lowered, what looked like a darkened lake, but upon closer inspection was some kind of tar pit. And that's where we spotted the blue glow coming from. And as we went closer, started to inspect the tar pit, we realized that there were some creatures inside, which would turn out to be some sort of fire eels that were attracted to the whatever magic was emanating from the shaker node. Through various shenanigans, we were able to distract the fire eels and retrieve the shaker node from the tar pit. Kind of inspecting it and looking at it a little bit closer. Rowan kind of helped open up some of the earth, and we put the shaker node into the ground, planting it there. Alex, Boone, and Ricard blasted it with some evocation magic, charging it up and activating it. And we gave the shaker node a total of 6 days worth of energy, which is lovely. And then from that shaker node, we were able to see kind of these faint I don't know, like tendrils or pillars of magic, kind of beams rather, kind of heading in the direction of the next three shaker nodes. Two of them were towards the east, I think. Yeah, two were kind of towards the east, pretty close to each other, and then there was another one towards the north. We ended up heading towards the north, which was kind of blocked by this, what we thought was a wall of fog or an area of fog, but turned out to be a bunch of steam from a nearby volcano kind of interacting with an inlet of water. Rowan, Boone, and Alex used some spells to kind of drill through the steam unharmed, in which we discovered kind of an inlet, or like some large body of water, a very beautiful flourishing coral reef around this sandy coastline. We also saw a bunch of large chunks of earth and stone, some with trees still attached to them, suspended in the air, kind of floating up at various heights. um After getting there, we also did discover the remnants of a ruined camp, but we didn't really do too much with that. After getting there, Boone ritual casted locate animals and plants to help us find the talc root we were looking for, which was deep underwater. So Alex donned the cap of water breathing, Rowan turned into a seahorse, and Boone turned into a crocodile, and we swam under. Kind of going deep down, we found three little, I guess, bundles or sprouts of Telkaroot, and there were three sharks guarding them in the area. So fight broke out pretty much immediately. There was nothing to talk about. Vic was controlling the sharks, so it was a little rough for us. He wanted to see us die. Boone basically kind of stayed busy fighting the sharks while Rowan and Alex tried to dart around to collect what Talcaroot we could. We only ended up getting one, which, hey, that's enough. that's enough. We completed the mission, completed the quest. We harvest one of the talc roots and then began swimming away. I do think we killed two of the sharks, but the largest one I think was still alive. As we swam away, we did notice that the shark was unable to follow us past this ring of pinkish coral. Seemed like it was almost like leashed to that area, so he was pulled back down, or they were pulled back down. And also, I think at some point during the combat, someone did notice that the sharks had a similar kind of like strange pinkness about their eyes too, whether it was like some kind of like veins or a glow or something like that. Definitely something sus going on. But we made it out alive. Alex was slightly harmed. And we successfully did protect and harvest the talc root, so we have that now. And yeah, we kind of reconvened with Beacon and Ricard, who were having a little bro sesh on the beach. Rowan, before we went to bed, casted locate object on the near shaker node, detecting that it was basically all the way at the top of this like chain of floating chunks of earth and tree leading way up high. So we're pretty close to it. We just need to get up there and find it. We all took some watches after that as we camped for a little rest as it was getting late, which I think, to my memory, was pretty uneventful, but we did spot some people out in the distance, like some kind of ship, I think, landing, or some people or noises trekking through the forest. But I do believe that was it. That's all I have.
All right. Are there any details anyone would like to add?
I don't think we noticed in character, but am I imagining that there was like a fairy or something that we encountered?
There was a pixie, yeah, but we don't know that.
Yeah,
Did not
that
notice
was.
it.
Yeah.
We did not say it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure it's fine.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about that. It's good.
Yeah, I'm sure it's nothing to worry about.
Right.
But no, I don't think there's any details that I have that I want to add.
Yeah, I think that's it.
All right. All of you wake to a soft breeze, the lapping of waves at the small island where you've decided to rest for the day, or rather the evening. Beacon, who had remained on watch all night, is bleary-eyed and tired, although the first sets or the first grasp of exhaustion has yet to sort of dig its true claws into him. As each of you come to, stirring, the last dying embers of the fire that you had made have fully crackled out. Only a single plume of smoke indicates that they were lit. There's a bit of a heaviness in the air, almost as though there's some sort of pressure change coming. And you can see clouds off in the distance that seem to be rolling their way towards the Isle of Cravensbone from the north. And yet, there is clear skies for the most part. Aside from stippled cloud cover that lingers beneath the floating chunks of island that have lifted up into the sky. As each of you wake and begin, as you sort of begin to turn your attention back to your compatriots rather than focusing on the surrounds, Alexios and Rowan, you two are the first to notice that your fairy companion is not on the island with you.
Alex will just kind of rub his eyes. Beacon,
Yes, good morning. What's up,
Hi,
Alex?
good morning. Good morning. I was just wondering, did you say where Boone went?
Um, no, I didn't. I didn't hear her get up. Is she not in
It
the...
doesn't look like she's around, at least near her bedroll. I'll take a look. Um, does anything like look unusual, I guess? Like near where she was sleeping? Like is her bedroll still there and all of her things or
Go ahead and roll investigation or survive.
investigation, please. Nat 20, let's go. Let's find Boone.
Nice.
Taking a look over her bedroll and the place where she laid, you can see, oddly enough, that there's very few signs of a struggle. You don't think Boone would leave your group willingly, and yet you see very precise, almost um, teensy little indents in the sand, these small little footprints that seem to lead directly back towards land. Looking over the footprints, Elixios, you sort of lower yourself to the ground and follow after them, putting to work some of the investigative skills that you had honed in Clovefjord. You peer over the indents in the sand. Her tread was slow and soft, almost as though her feet had been dragging, and yet there doesn't appear to be much resistance. You stare off in the direction that she had headed, directly west, back towards land. As you take a look over the surroundings, you notice that she left behind her backpack and the bedroll itself. None of her belongings were brought with her. You notice that Rykard's companion, Rufus, who Boone had gone to sleep cuddling with, is also absent. You surmise that she must have headed back to the mainland, although her trail goes cold at the water's edge. You assume she must have swam or flown back, although to what end, you haven't the faintest clue.
All right. It looks like she went that way, and I'll point towards the land. It doesn't seem like there were any problems, but I don't understand why she would have left her things here or didn't leave any kind of note or something like that.
Same here. It's very, very strange.
Is Rykard awake yet?
No.
No.
I awake?
Yes, you are awake, Rowan.
Yeah, I think you were one of the people that was awake with me.
Oh, okay. Do you?
We both noticed Boone was missing.
Oh, my bad. I thought he said Beacon and Alex. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know why she would leave her things here. Even if she wanted to leave us.
Yeah, no, it's... I don't like this whole thing. It's very off.
We don't have any way of communicating with her, do we?
No, I think she's too far for me to communicate with. But it would be a good idea to invest in something that would allow us to communicate with each other across long distances.
There are spells that can do that, but none I think I'm powerful enough to cast.
Rykard! And I'll kind of give a little bit, like, of a telekinetic shove towards Rykard.
Rykard, you feel suddenly, snapping you from rest, a spectral hand sort of shove your face off of your bedroll and into the sand beside it.
See him pick his face up from the sand very slowly. He looks directly at you. He knows exactly who did it.
Rufus and Boone are missing.
And
Where is Rufus?
he'll put his face back in the sand, and he'll try and look through Rufus's eyes.
At what distance can you look through Rufus's eye?
Oof. That's a question for Find Familiar.
I believe it's 100
That
feet.
is... Yeah, I think it's 100.
All right. As you attempt to look through Rufus's eyes, you can sense that your familiar is still summoned. No ill fate has, as of yet, befallen him, but you are unable to see through his eyes.
You see a cloud of sand as he comes back, looking through his eyes as he lifts his head. Nowhere around here. I think you fell asleep with Boone last night.
Yes,
yeah,
he
I
did.
think you're right.
But he must have went with her wherever she went.
Well, if they're together, maybe they can protect each other.
He stole my familiar, really? We're doing that
Is
now?
there a way that you can communicate with him, or
I'll look at Rowan. Can you do that?
I believe the limits of our telepathic connection with our familiars is bound to the same distance that we can see through their eyes. You, in theory, could resummon him, but then he wouldn't be with Boone anymore. Which isn't to say that that's a bad idea, but
I mean, do you think she just ditched us, or... I mean, like,
If she did ditch us, she would bring her things with her, wouldn't she?
you're right, she would definitely steal some stuff from us.
yeah.
I wouldn't say all that, but
You implied it.
no, she left her own things here.
Yeah, that's weird.
You said, Harry, that she left her bag and her bedroll?
All of her belongings that you know her have held dear or brought with her, along with her bedroll and whatever weapons she held, are left here.
Oh.
She left everything.
And although Elixio saw no sign of a struggle, it almost seemed like she was dragging her feet and walking oddly slowly into the ocean or back towards the shore.
It kind of looks like when we were fighting those harpies.
Yeah.
Oh.
There could be
I
some
mean, do we
around
think
here, or
she's... Like, she's got wings and stuff. Do you think she flew off, or... Do you think she's down there?
I would imagine. I can't tell, but I think she probably flew. But I think we'd have to get to the other side to be able to see if she flew or if she was down there.
She
those
left.
Let's get
maybe
going.
we should. Oh yeah, we should go.
No, Beacon, what were you saying? Is there whether we could what?
No. We should go. We should see if we can find her. I'm with right guard.
Harry, the shaker nodes, are they able to be used to communicate messages?
So what they do, and what Lucan sort of implied to you, is that without the shaker nodes functioning, teleportation magic and messages, they sort of just get scrambled on this island.
Oh, okay.
So you have a sense that maybe they could hold some sort of function for sending messages, or maybe they just allow messages to be sent properly.
Okay.
All right, let's get moving. Do we want to go in the water, or do we want to try and fly somewhere?
I mean, if anything, to say anything about the water from yesterday, seems like there's a lot of very scary creatures down there that we probably don't want to deal with again.
Is Freya still a massive bug?
He'll kind of snap his fingers and see she kind of poofs onto his shoulder, a small owl again. No, but I could do that again. The only thing is I can't really make or summon enough creatures for all of us for very long. Like maybe an hour max. And I figured we might need them to go up there, and he'll kind of point towards where the top of the chain of floating chunks of earth. So I could conjure them for that. Are we going deep through the water, or are we just trying to cross to the other side?
I think just cross to the other side to see if we can get any sign of her footprints, or if Freya could fly over. How far away is the shoreline? Like where Boone probably would have landed if she did fly.
The shoreline is approximately, like you went a pretty far way out. It's about,
Yeah.
I'd say, 500-ish feet, maybe 400.
Okay, but it was pretty shallow water from what I remember. Like we weren't doing a lot of like heavy
Mhm.
swimming.
Yeah, it's not like insanely deep or even like a super rough, like there's no rough waves. Um, it's more just that it's far more than anything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, we could head to the other side and see if there's even any more marks or a trail to follow her.
Rykard's already got his ankles in the water.
All right. Yes, we should go over there, and then depending on what we find, it might be useful to actually activate that shaker node up there to see if we can communicate with anyone that she's missing, and see if anyone might have seen her.
All right. I don't even know if I can actually carry that. Does anyone want to carry her things? I could probably take her bedroll, but I don't think I can lift her whole bag with mine.
I could probably carry the things. It shouldn't be a problem for me.
Sweet.
Where's the water
I
feel
will
this
gather
morning?
them.
The water to you feels pretty warm in the shallows. When you sort of move your feet and dip your toes a little bit deeper, by the point it sort of reaches your like upper calves, you can tell that it's a little bit colder, where the sand starts to turn into almost chunky rocks, and you can see that there are a few like coral, almost like pockets around you as well. You have a sense that those would be a little bit choppy and sharp, but it's pretty cool. Once you sort of like step a little deeper in, again, you can see into the water. It's pristinely clear, crystal clear, oddly enough.
I'll keep an eye out for, I don't know, anything maybe she might have dropped. Doesn't look like she carried anything. Just anything out of the ordinary that wouldn't typically be there, I guess, in the ocean.
Absolutely. Go ahead and roll a perception.
Alrighty. $19.
19. Okay. Looking out and taking in your surroundings, Rykard, as you sort of look over the water while your companions pack up the camp, you take a look towards the shore and the few islands nearby. You take a look at the water and at the sand underfoot. Taking a look, you see a few things that stand out to you. First, you notice off in the distance, back on land, you can't really glean exactly how far away, but you see a little bit of smoke, now sort of blackened, as if a fire has been put out very recently. It sort of follows the curve of the island, or rather, it's around the curve of the island. You can surmise it's probably 2, 3 miles away from you, but you're not entirely positive. There's a fire somewhere out there. You also notice that right at the lip, or where the water starts to go a little bit deeper, you can see that there is like a chunk of fluff or fur. You've noticed in the past that as Boone sometimes transforms into different creatures, she almost seems to take on a mangier, almost more rugged form of animals than, say, Rowan, who appears sleek and almost has a um, rather than like almost like the perfect form of these animals, Boone takes on a more scrappy form. You can see that there are some chunks and tufts and fur that resemble her hair that are stuck to some of the coral. You have a feeling she may have transformed into something and headed back towards land. You also see a little bit in the water, about 15 feet away from you. There's almost this little patch of water where the almost crystalline bluish water seems to be a little bit pink.
He'll put his fingers in his mouth and whistle really loud. Hey, we got something down here. And I'll pick up some of that hair that I see.
You grab a handful of this sort of like wet patch of hair. Looking over it, it still just looks like hair, to you, but you have a feeling it probably belongs.
What did you find?
I'll hand him the clump of hair, clump of fur.
Ugh.
Kind of grimaces.
Doesn't
as
it
he
look like
said
something that came off of her, I don't know, animal form?
It does, but why would she transform? Why would she
Maybe
turn into
just
an animal?
quicker in the water.
But she can fly over the water.
Well, she was a bit fast. It was a bit faster to swim actually yesterday.
Hmm. That's a
I
good
don't know.
point. Yes.
Just seems like sign of her. And we also got some smoke over there.
I'll look
I'll
up
point
over
out the
and
smoke.
is
Probably
that
we
the
should
direction
look at the
where we had seen the boat yesterday, like during our watch?
Yes, in a western, northwestern sort of direction. A few of you had seen that there seemed to be a boat from the distance.
There was a boat yesterday around that area. It could be those people.
And what do you reckon that is over there? I'll point to that patch of water.
The pink one?
Yeah.
I'll kind of go over and just take a look at it. Does it look like the pink stuff in the water that we saw like yesterday around the corals, or does it look different?
Take a look over it. Roll a investigation or nature check.
18.
Okay. It reminds you of that little bit of pink that you had seen seep out of the shark the day before. It's odd, though. It seems as though it's almost just like a clump or like a perfect sphere of pinkish colored water a little distance away from the island that you are resting upon.
In other words, it's an orb.
Not the orb.
Looks like an oil spill.
Yes, a little bit. We saw this yesterday
Yeah.
when we were fighting the sharks. Do we have a vial that's maybe another one that we could put this one in?
Let me see. I'm not sure if I have any files right now.
Vial or an extra water skin if anybody has one.
I do have two. Yeah, I guess I'll take one of them and hand it over. You can
Yeah.
pour it out.
Use your
I
hands.
chugged the water
Uh,
skin. I chugged it.
All right. I'll telekinetically snatch the water skin out of Reckard's hand when he's done, and scoop up the pink stuff. Snatched.
Snatched.
Alright, as you start to reach your hand into it and scoop some up, roll an Arcana check, Alexios.
I'm not using my own hands.
I know.
Ooh, 19.
Looking over your mage hand, I know it's typically invisible, correct?
Yeah, it is invisible. Yeah.
Okay. As it dips down and begins to fill the water skin, where you just sort of like expect it to sort of make contact if it was skin, you see a slight shimmer, nope, pinkish, like almost warble or like a wave that seems to pass over the weave. And for a second there, your hand, although it is typically spectral and incorporeal and invisible, you see in a pink outline for just a second before the weave almost seems to shudder and it vanishes from sight once more. You have a sense that there was some sort of almost magical butting of heads, in a way, between your magic and whatever magic that was.
Huh, that's interesting. That didn't happen last time. Perhaps if it is in different biomes, it reacts differently to different types of... anyway. Take note of that. Mage hand is conjuration.
So are we swimming across?
Well, unless we can find a efficient way to fly across.
I don't think much swimming will be required. There wasn't much yesterday.
Once we get on land,
Yeah.
too, if we're looking for tracks, it might be better that we are more discreet. If what we saw last night means that there's people out here, I don't know. I guess we don't know who we can trust or who's safe.
Good idea.
We'll be careful.
I'll light up a cig and start making my way through the water.
I'm following after him.
I'll
All right.
follow.
Are you intentionally avoiding that pink, or are you through it?
I
I'm
ain't
gonna
touching it.
avoid it.
Yeah, avoiding it. Don't trust that.
All right.
Trust the pink.
Hold on. As we go by, I'll poke it.
I got it.
Okay. Reaching out as you sort of just poke your hand into it. Are you wearing gloves, or is Rykard like have his
No
hands bare?
gloves. No gloves. Bare heads. I'm trying to be kind of discreet about it, just because I'm really curious, and I know they probably object, but
All right. Can I get a sleight of hand check from you, please? And we'll do it against everyone else's passive perception here.
So just gonna dip my pinky in.
All right. If you
Well,
have
I
a
definitely
passive
don't notice
perception, if you have a passive perception higher than 15 or of 15, you can see that
15.
Rykard
I see it.
dips a finger just on the surface of the water. Rykard, can I get a wisdom save at advantage from you, please?
okay. $19.
19, okay. Rykard, you see that as you touch the surface of this pinkish, almost oil slick, for a second it feels as though the water there is particularly warm and inviting. But aside from that, nothing really of note seems to happen. And it seems almost as though once you disturb the surface of the water, that the pink, sort of almost concentrated area seems to suddenly disperse.
Oh, look at that. It went away.
Why would you touch it?
What do you mean?
You touched it?
I didn't touch anything.
Yeah, all right. In the future, I think we should be careful around those, right? I mean, we've seen what it's done to other creatures. Don't really know that we're immune.
Did you touch it? Is that why it went away?
All right,
Rygard.
What?
I have eyes. Let's keep going.
Huh? What?
Let's just keep going.
I'm just
No
trying
more
to get
touching it.
across this water, man.
Then keep going.
I'm moving, man. I'm moving.
as Red Card begins to move. Can I get perception checks from everyone? Also, I'll be right back. My
yeah.
food got delivered.
Ooh,
Ooh, food.
I got food coming in a little bit too.
Nice.
Burger.
Burger.
Burger from Chili's.
Chili's. I've never had Chili's. I don't know if they're in at least in Alberta.
Oh, let me tell you, a triple dipper will change your life.
Ooh.
Oh god, you got the Big Mac going now.
Big Mac,
You
Big
ain't
Mac.
You
What's
ain't
a
gonna shut
triple
the
dipper?
Oh yeah. Ooh, a triple dipper? Mm.
Mm-mm-mm.
To try one maybe.
So you gotta get the big mouth bites. You gotta potentially get the southwestern egg roll if you're about that life.
Fuck off.
And then
Okay.
Fuck off.
and then the real freaks, they like the rectangle cheese stick thing.
Nobody
It's all about the
asked about
cheese
your
pull.
fucking order,
It's all-
bro.
that's not what
Not
I'm
one
getting.
person.
That's not what
Not
I'm getting.
one person asked.
I'm just getting burger and fries because I'm skinny. But you know, if you're feeling a little big and greedy,
Triple dipper's the way to go.
triple
I said
dipper,
triple
dipper.
triple dipper.
Dipper.
Don't
Listen,
get caught being greedy.
hey, chat knows about the triple dipper. All right, in the future, if I ever stream the session, they'll know. Everyone will be yapping about the triple
The
dipper.
triple dipper. And I'm gonna put that in the timestamps.
Hell
Dude
yeah!
he fell ill from the triple dipper. That's why he's not streaming anymore.
Oh, real.
He got
and
caught
true.
triple
Not the
dipping.
trip dip.
I'm triple dipping.
That's alright. That was the end of season 1 Mystic Era stream, so we're just on hiatus until season 2 starts up. You know what I mean?
The production
Man,
quality
you
better
knew
go
your
the fuck off.
I was in the middle of redoing my overlays before I stopped.
You gotta show off the new Red Card art.
Oh, no, really.
Yeah, it
That's so
looks
cool.
so good.
Worth every penny.
I know, you're really making me consider messaging them, but I'm like trying to show restraint.
You gotta get some spell weaving stuff.
That's what I need.
I can't believe Madison's not here for her abduction.
Ugh. What do
Right?
y'all think happened?
I know.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask.
I don't know. Probably got charmed
yeah,
by
I'm-
something.
Mm.
Yeah, Pixie had
I
a
think
huge
Pixie.
rack.
Yeah. Exactly.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Boone saw a pixie with heavy naturals and she said, wait a minute. I got somewhere to go.
She said, "Oh, she's having trouble flying. They're weighing her down. I'll walk with you."
Let me hold them for you, queen.
This is my cross to bear.
Oh my god.
This is why we're not allowed to be left alone.
Turns into a beast of burden. Here,
Hey, yo.
right on me.
It's canon now.
Yeah.
That's why we get along. She just like me.
Oh my god.
Hey, for real, for real.
It's like me.
We find her. She says, "Leave me alone. I'm right where I want to be."
Oh my god.
Yeah. Honestly, whatever I was gonna say, incorrect. I think that's what happened.
It's canon now.
Yeah.
Whatever Harry says, no, it's wrong.
That's wrong. Yeah, whatever he says.
You know what really
yeah,
happens.
try again, bud.
Boone got hypnotized by those big naturals.
Can't blame her. Intentionally fails the wisdom save.
Yep. That's what you should have done. The pink goo and saw what happened.
They were just. It was very orb-like, and it was kind of, it was jiggling. I saw it. I saw the motion.
Right.
Someone had to do it,
Motion.
and that someone was me.
You're so brave.
What a sacrifice.
I do it for the kids. You know what I mean?
Do it for the kids.
Oh my god.
Do it for Rufus.
And on that note, it's time for me to grin out.
Do it for the kids. Light one up for the kids.
All right, chat, hit your pens.
Everybody, can we get a hit redeem in chat, please?
Oh my god.
Actually, that was hydrate. Oh, my bad.
Whoops.
My bad. My bad.
Bad. Sorry about that, chat.
Popping bottles in the eyes.
Like a blizzard.
Like a blizzard.
So at what point do we abandon Boone and return to the actual quest?
Yeah.
Something tells me that this is a part of the natural quest or the actual quest.
You
Honestly,
think so?
yeah. I don't know. It's just like the way it's set up, especially with Rufus going missing as well. I don't know. I'm just like,
I'm fully convinced she stole Rufus.
She did.
I back.
Welcome back. We were very well behaved
Welcome
while you were
back.
gone.
We figured out your plot, by the
Yeah.
way.
I see.
You-
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
So what are the theories?
Oh, there's only one because it's
yeah,
not theory.
it's what
correct.
happens.
It's
I
just true.
see.
yeah.
Yeah.
You got hypnotized by the Pixies' big naturals and had no
Heavy
choice
naturals,
but to follow.
I believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? Okay. Good.
He said, you know what,
Clouds
actually,
all
that is
clapping
what
last
happened.
night. Yeah. The feet dragging and everything. You know, it makes sense now.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't actually feet. It was the big natural.
She was floating towards it like a cartoon character smelling pie. You know what I mean?
Mhm. They got my order wrong, so I had to send Val back to the store.
No.
What the H?
Oh
Yeah.
no!
Oh, time to drag
That's
them.
fine. Time to drag them, slay them, expose them. All right. Where were we? Perception checks from everybody. Okay. So, as you start to make your way back towards the coastline, heading in the direction that you believe Boone to have gone, you all take stock of your surroundings. The floating islands up above, barely sort of, or seemingly magically suspended up in the air. You can see that there's water rolling off of them. Some of them sort of like have these dramatic waterfalls draping over the edges that then pick back up into the air, rising up like steam. You hear the call of birds, or perhaps other flying creatures up above. You can see out on land where these long sandy shores sort of begin, sort of stippled with palm trees and very little green. You can see that distantly there seems to be an almost jungle-like forest that connects to the beach, but the beach itself seems to extend quite deeply. You see, taking in sort of your surroundings a little more firmly than you had the day before, that there are giant seashells that seem to stick upright out of the sand, as well as out of the ocean that surrounds you, almost like these giant natural edifices of this area of the island. You find it odd that you haven't necessarily encountered that much sea life or that many creatures on your journey thus far. Distantly, Rowan, you think you hear this sort of almost telltale flapping of wings moving between the floating islands above. Sort of tilt your head up to take a better look. You can see that there's a number of creatures that seem to be making their homes on these floating islands very distantly from where you are now. You think through the slight little bit of cloud that sort of like hugs at the bottom of some of these islands, that you can see monkey-like creatures sort of climbing up the sides of one of the rocky floating islands. Back on the seashore, as you get closer, swimming a little bit closer, you all notice something that stands out to you as odd immediately. You notice that there are bumps in the sand. Almost these perfect, like domes just below the surface of the sand. They seem to be spaced out about 10 feet apart from one another.
Ron will kind of stop once he sees them. What are those? Those little bumps in the sand?
That's a good question. I'm not too sure. As I'm looking at these bumps, do they seem like they belong to any like animal or like creature of some sort, like some sort of burrowing thing?
Roll a nature check.
18.
Taking a look over these bumps, they don't appear, from what you can tell, Beacon, to be natural. Looking over the sand, you get the sense that these are mounds that were made by a person.
I think they might have been made by somebody. Maybe Boone?
Look towards Alexios. You want to give it a poke?
I will not be, but yes. And I will telekinetically give it a poke.
How far back are you all waiting?
Oh.
Oh. I would need to be within 30 feet.
I'll stand by Alex.
Yeah,
Good,
I
I'll
also stand by
stand by.
Alex.
All right. As you
30 feet
all, as you all stay close to Alex, Alex reaches out with the imperceptible mage hand in the direction of one of the mounds. As you reach down to touch it, Alex, there's but a second where you can sort of sense the coming of something. You feel a change in the air, a sudden crisp heat that seems to remove all moisture from around. In the second before the inferno blazes, the flames leap out from the mound that you tapped lightly, shooting out 30 feet, and then hitting the next mound and the next mound. Suddenly, chunks of sand and ground and earth go flying up in the air as smoke rises from the mound that you had touched. The flaming trap that had been left for anyone to come back to the beach suddenly engulfs the beach in flame. You smell crisp, burning smells, and you're all blasted back. I need dexterity saves from all of you, please.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Well,
Oh my god.
this is what
I'm
we
waking
got.
up, man.
As the flaming blast sort of swallows each of you, I'd say you're probably at the intersection of only two of these things, as you intentionally try to stay pretty far back. So, this blast that launches off, skipping across the water and launching chunks of sand and earth and boiling the water, it reaches out towards all of you. If you got below an 11, you have failed. Which I believe is everybody except for Rowan.
That was close.
Rowan, you're going to take half damage.
Okay.
The rest of you will take full damage. Take 13 points of fire damage. And Rykard,
Sheesh.
Alexios, and Beacon are all knocked prone, falling back into the water. Rowan, you're the only one who stands stalwart as the blast goes by. You sort of brace yourself, throwing your arms up around your face. You can sense magical energy weaves itself around you naturally and buffets the burn.
As I'm flying back, I'm going to cast absorb elements as a reaction. Kind of.
All right, as you fall back into the water, the spell. What does it look?
I think it just kind of similar to what's happening to Rowan. Just like some parts of the weave just kind of like bounce like some of the flames back off of me as I go flying back, and I just turn my head towards Rykard. This is why we don't touch anything.
I dropped my cigarette.
Is everyone okay?
Road, are you okay?
I'm alright, I think. We should have investigated a little bit more, maybe.
Alex, why did you touch that?
You know what? Yes, this is my fault.
No, it's fine. It is a very strange thing to just be on the beach.
Someone clearly does not want us following after Boone. Perhaps Boone herself.
About how many of the mounds were there? And also, sorry, is it 6 damage or 7? Do we round up or down? I forget.
You round down.
Okay.
For damage.
Gotcha.
Looking out, there were about 7 or 8 of these traps, and they were all spaced out about 10 feet apart. Whoever left these mines behind probably didn't want you to pursue, but also now, looking at the damage done to the beach, the little bit of flames that still lit there, and the deep divots that were left in the sand, you have a feeling that any evidence that may have been left on the beach has all but been obliterated, or at least any that was close to the coastline.
Well, there goes our trail, I guess.
As I'm getting up from the water, I'll try and look through Rufus's eyes to see if I were getting any closer.
As you attempt once more to look through Rufus's eyes, you are unable to.
Well, it was blocking us from going any further, so I guess
Plan B.
further is still the direction.
Could I, try to go to where one of the mounds were, or maybe look around and see, are there any remnants of what kind of explosive did this? Or, like, I assume it wasn't a spell, I assume it was physical, so can I just, like, look around for any, like, remnants of what caused this, or?
Absolutely. Go ahead and roll an investigation or a survival check.
Ooh, we'll do survival. 12?
With a 12, looking over the beach, you sort of scour the deep divots left in the ground, these almost mini craters. As you look over, you take about 10 minutes to inspect the craters themselves. You see that there are chunks of metal that have been scrapped and bent outwards, along with glass and what appears to be some sort of reddish liquid. You're not entirely sure where such a device could have come from, but it was clearly something mechanical that was left here as an intentional trap.
Hmm.
Well, at least we know. I mean, at least I hope it's not intentional this time. Somebody took her.
Yeah.
Yes, or lured her away. Yes.
What should we do? Just keep heading
I
that
think
way?
we need to get in touch with someone. We don't know where she might be. Or
Who
what
would we
other
get in
traps
touch
there might
with?
be ahead. Anyone?
How? Look where we are.
With one of the notes. We could at least try to. Because I think most of her trail would have been destroyed by that.
You think the nodes work like that?
I have no idea. But I mean, they clearly enable communication here, so perhaps casting some kind of message spell on it might transmit it to someone who might be able to help us.
Okay.
I mean,
How many more do we have to
maybe.
reactivate?
3. There's the one up there, one up to the island, and then there was 2 east yesterday.
I mean, do we think that she can hold out for that long? If somebody like this leaving stuff like this behind. Might take us a while to get all 3 of those.
But we
Yeah,
might only
I
need
don't-
one to reactivate and send a message.
If we can't find her today, there is a spell that I know of that can use animals to send messages. It's not something I could do today, but if we aren't able to get in touch with anyone today, I could try that tomorrow morning. Maybe get a message back to Lucan.
That would be a good idea, but let's hope that we figure out what happened to her before.
I'm gonna summon back
Then.
Rufus.
You're summoning back Rufus?
Yeah.
Alright. As you summon back Rufus, there's a moment almost of delay. And suddenly, in a poof of smoke and the slight smell of cinders, the fluff ball reappears in your arms. As it does, there's a slight look of shock in Rufus's eyes before he almost seems to cling to you, almost like he was a scared little child, Rykard.
Hey, bud. Where the hell were you?
Through a series of almost convoluted squeaks and almost like cat meows, for just a second, there's confusion for Rowan and Elixios and Beacon, but Rykard, you understand quite plainly as Rufus details the events of the night before. In the dead of night, something flew overhead and drew Rufus's attention. As he had attempted to wake Boone, she went to investigate by herself. However, as she walked along the backward perimeter of the island with Rufus in her arms, Beacon looking out the other way, something suddenly seemed to draw her attention. Her eyes filled and almost turned a pale whitish pink, and suddenly, as if in a trance, she was drawn back towards the island. She had let go of Rufus, but he had flown after her. And as she reached the beach, it was as though someone there was waiting for her. Shrouded individuals. Rufus couldn't make out all the features of them. It was almost as if they were entirely made of shadow. And suddenly, they had set upon Boone. They had ensnared her in chains and then dragged her off towards the northwestern section of the island. He had seen people arriving upon shore in a boat, as if they were coming to join up with those other shadowed figures. Rufus quickly stowed away in one of Boone's pockets to make sure that she wasn't left alone, but doing so made it so that he couldn't see all the details of their travel. But he does remember the journey was a little long, it was loud, and lots of people were moving around. He remembers being thrown into a cage with Boone, where she quickly, once she came to and back to her senses, shifted into the shape of a large beast. Rufus had sort of kept to himself in the corners of the cage where they had been kept. They were in some sort of dark cavern, and they didn't seem to be the only ones in there. He recalls seeing at least 10 cages, with all various manners of beasts and people.
Trying to repeat as much of that as I can back to everybody. Holy.
That is a lot worse than I thought.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
terribly. Well, I
Alright.
honestly I don't think that we can wait for any kind of communication. We need to go now. We need to save Boone and whoever else has been caught by these people.
But where is she? We have no idea which direction they went. I mean, we have the general sense, but we don't know exactly where they are. If we had more people and more eyes, then it would be faster to find them.
We know there was those boats to the north. I mean, We can head that way, look for more tracks. I mean, if it's like Rufus was saying, if there was a lot of people moving around, there's no way they did it discreetly. There has to be a trail that they left, or remnants of their, I don't know, the caravan or the cart. I mean, if we get close enough, if we think we're near her, I could maybe try to use the spell that I used on the shaker nodes on her outfits, on the, you know, the clothes that we were given. Assuming
Yeah.
she's still wearing that.
No, I think we need to look
Yeah,
for
that's
more clues, because even if we have people down here, more eyes, more sets of people here, we have nothing to give them right now. Nothing to go off.
And we don't know
That's
how
very
long
true.
they're going to be here either, if they're taking them someplace else or worse. But
Let's get going.
Which way?
Rufus, can
Said,
you lead us towards the last place you remember?
You can see the little creature looks a little unsure directing you, but there's also this resolve to go and help Boone as best as you can. You have a feeling Rufus will try his best.
All right. It's better than anything we got right now.
Yeah.
All right.
Lead the way, bud. We'll be right behind you.
We follow Rufus. The ends of the earth.
I would like Victor. Can you roll a survival check for Rufus?
Okay. Let me look at this up real quick.
if he doesn't have a bonus, it would just be a whatever his wisdom is.
Yeah. I should have this out always. Okay. So, wisdom is +1, and yeah, no bonus. Come on, bud. Do you have guidance prepared?
Oh, I'm always, yeah. I seem a little nervous, Rufus. He'll kind of reach over and he'll ruffle his fur. May the Scythe Queen guide your eyes so we can find Boone. He'll kind of touch his holy amulet and I'll cast guidance on Rufus.
All right. As you touch guidance upon Rufus, go ahead and roll that survival check for him, please, Victor.
Be 16. Is a +1 in wisdom.
All right.
Plus a D4, right?
Yeah.
19.
18?
All right.
Oh, wait, +1, never mind.
As you sort of give a slight touch on Rufus's fur, the little puffball sort of gives itself a nod of resolve and begins to drift up into the air about 40 or so feet up, and then begins to guide you from a higher vantage point. You begin the long march along the beach in the direction that you believe Boone to have gone. Is anyone doing anything as you follow after Rufus?
I will keep an eye out for any more like types of traps that anyone might have tried to lay down for us for trying to follow.
All right, go ahead and roll an investigation check, Alexios.
I'll probably be looking out for any people, like any potential other people, like the ones that kidnap Boone.
All right.
Um,
I'd like a perception check from Beacon. Rowan, what
then-
are you up to?
Could I summon Freya and have her, assuming there are no large predator type flying animals like right above us, I'll just have her fly like, I don't know, 30 or 60 feet up in the air and just kind of have her fly circles around us while we're traveling to see if she can spot from her vantage point any other tracks or trails or people ahead of us.
All right. So in that case, I would like survival or perception from Freya. Red card. As your little puffball flies overhead, acting as both scout and leader, are there any actions that you take?
I'm just following as best as I can. Um, yeah, occasionally I look through his eyes, but other than that, I'm just following as best as I can.
All right. In that case, can I get a perception check through Rufus for yourself, Card?
Alrighty. It's perception, wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll do a 15.
15. Okay. I'll start with the perception checks from Rowan and Rykard. As you begin to tread on foot in the direction that you are guided by Rufus, Freya sort of almost circles around the puffball, flying over the slight tree line that begins to form about half a mile into your journey. The sand underfoot slows you all down and obscures potential traps. But as Freya circles overhead and looks out towards the tree line, there's a few things that she is able to spot. She sees that amidst the dense trees, there appear to be sections of clearings, or rather, as the trees become more dense, about a half mile into the jungle from where you currently are, she can see that there's a point where the trees suddenly thin out, and there appears to be some sort of clearing. Within the clearing, she sees chunks of rocks and doesn't really make anything else out. She would have to get a little closer to see. There's a weird point that she notices where the trees themselves switch from tropical suddenly to fantastical in coloration and size. However, only in a small patch of trees. As she circles overhead, coming back towards the coastline, very distantly in the water, several miles away from you, she thinks she sees hazily through the sort of steam that rises off of the distant water, a shadowed, large, almost giant shape just below the surface of the water. But that is not of importance now. Up ahead, both her and Rufus notice that there appears to be a small, almost wooden barricade set up. Chunks of wood are piled upon each other, creating a wall on the sand. Beyond that, near where the smoke was seen, she sees that suddenly the shoreline rises up into a steep hill and cliff that hugs along the coastline and where the water meets the sand. She'd have to get closer to make out any further details over there. Beacon. As you sort of keep an eye on the beach itself as you move forward, you have the sense that in this flat, sandy land, that your approach is extremely visible. And indeed, that works conversely. You would be able to see anyone, should they be on the sand at the very least, quite easily, despite the occasional outcropping of jagged rocks popping out like stone edifices from the sand below, or the small, or rather large, almost conch-like shells that randomly protrude from the ground. And yet, you don't see any people. Alexios, looking for traps, you notice up ahead, between one of these aforementioned jagged conch shells that juts out from the ground, stretching out towards a bowed palm tree, you see what appears to be a tripwire. You notice distantly, as you're about 15 or so feet away from it, that it glints in the sunlight, drawing your eye. Beside the conch, you can see abandoned a hammer as well as a flint and steel. There's a few scuffs in the sand and a symbol that appears to be drawn there.
Watch out for that. And I'll point out the tripwire and try to get a look at that symbol in the sand.
As you approach the symbol, Alex, peering over it, can I get a history check?
I don't know. Can you?
Don't be pedantic with me. That's my job.
No, I just say that because I got a natural one.
Yeah, you don't recognize the symbol, but this is what it looks like.
The hell is that thing?
Ooh.
I have no
Me
idea.
either.
What's Does anyone recognize what this is?
I'll take a look. I'm also gonna.
Is
I'll
this
also pick up
carved
the
in-
hammer and the flint and steel that they left behind.
All right, you can add a hammer and a flint and steel to your inventory.
Thanks.
Is this just like in the sand, or is this in stone, or?
Excellent question. It appears to be etched on the edge of the conch shell, very crudely done. You have a sense that if one had put it on the sand, it might have been gone by now, just from like the changes of the tide and the natural porous, like crumbly sort of nature of sand. But this was almost left as if it was intentionally left there to be seen. Although to what end, you have no clue.
Could I etch it into my into an empty page in my Book of Shadows? Does it look arcane in nature at all?
Roll an Arcana check.
24.
You have a sense that the symbol itself might be a little too simplistic to hold any arcane value or meaning. There's nothing about it to you that causes you to feel a magical pull or connection. It doesn't appear to be a sigil left for a trap. You have a feeling that it's probably something more cultural or a specific symbol rather than something that is arcane.
How close are we to the tripwire right now?
You're about 15, or rather, if you went around to take a look at it, you would have had to walk around the wire to see it.
Okay,
Probably
so
be
we're
about 5-ish feet away.
okay.
Yeah, once it was pointed out to you, you either just had to jump around over the tripwire rather, or walk around it.
As he's kind of sketching down the symbol, so we have reference for it later. It doesn't seem to be magical at all. At least not from what I can tell. It might be some kind of, I don't know. I don't really know what Thieves' Cant looks like. Maybe it's something like that, or maybe a symbol for some kind of organization or group.
Should we take it?
Wait, what?
Should we take the conch?
It's quite large, isn't it?
It's about like 3 feet tall.
Oh, I don't know why. I pictured a little small shell.
It's
I was
so
also-
there are some like random big ones around here that like spanning from like on the small side, like a normal size conch, to like large ones that are almost like the size of a building.
Can I look in it? Can I look in the one that's marked?
Sure. You sort of move your head to try to take a peek inside as best as you can. Due to the natural curvature, you can only sort of see a little bit into it. As you peer in, go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Alrighty. I don't hear any communication through it, do I?
It sounds like the sound of the ocean amplified as you put your
Okay.
to it, almost like crashing waves rather than the soft lapping of the waves. You peer in and you think you see like shadow inside, just from like the changes in the color of the shell, maybe, but you don't see anything of note.
How deep in am I?
I mean, like you can't stick your whole head into it just because like
Yeah.
it's still like a narrow groove. So I'd say that you're able to see maybe like a few inches into it.
Oh god. I'm gonna try and stick my hand in it. Stick my hand back into it.
All right, go ahead and roll sleight of hand.
There we go. 17.
Okay, you reach a hand inside. And as you move your hand around inside, you're able to basically up to your elbow inside before you have a feeling that your arm might get stuck if you try to reach any deeper. You move your hand up and down along the sort of smoothish surface on the inside of the conch, And as you do, you feel something a little bit wet inside. You draw your hand back a little bit, and as you do, your hand slaps against something. It feels soft and fibrous.
Grab it.
All right, you reach a hand out and grab it and drag it back. As you do, you find a leathery pouch. A few things jangle within.
I'm definitely
pouch
all my hands
itself-
in there. Oh, it's got me.
What?
Pull
You can
your
already
hand
pass
down.
his ass.
Got
Just kind of
him.
stares.
I'll pull it out.
No, don't do that, Rykard. He's very scary right now.
Nah, there's something in here though.
What did
I'll
you
pull it
find?
back.
Hmm.
Sorry, I interrupted you in the middle of it. I just had to pull the joke. What's inside the bag?
Inside of the bag, Rykard, as you try to sort of open it, you can see that the bag itself is about a little bit larger than like your fist clothes. It is made out of a blackish worn leather, and you can see that there is a tight like drawstring that's been pulled around it, along with a small sort of wax seal stamped to hold the drawstring in place. You have a feeling you'd have to break the seal to open the bag.
We can
And
figure out what it
set
is
upon the
later.
seal, set upon like the wax seal, is the exact same symbol that you saw like scratched on the outside of the conch.
Interesting.
We'll figure out what it is later. Let's keep moving.
All right, you can add a mysterious black leather bag to your
Alright.
inventory. It weighs about 2 pounds.
Okay. Mysterious sack.
Nobody take the bait. All right. As you look on ahead, you can see that the shoreline begins to curve, and there's jagged rocks up ahead, where suddenly there is like a sharp inlet. The jagged rocks themselves almost appear to be a white version of obsidian, jagged and sharp. You're about 40 feet away when you can see them glinting in the sun. Freya swoops back down and around and lands on your shoulder, Rowan. You feel through the almost unspoken connection in your mind that she has seen something up ahead.
Is that what you described before? She saw something else.
She saw something else as she swooped down and landed.
What'd you see this time?
As she sort of blinks slowly at you, you have a sense that there are several creatures up ahead. They appear to be beasts of a type that she has not seen before and did not recognize.
Ooh. Like beasts as in beasts, like the creature type, or creatures that she didn't recognize?
Both.
Oh, okay. Bad news, maybe. There's something up ahead. Several somethings. Rhea says it's some kind of creatures or beasts that she's never seen before.
Are you able to talk to them?
If they're beasts, then yes. But if they're some other kind of elemental or aberration, monstrosity, then not really.
Well, I'd want her to give it a shot with it.
Yeah, maybe they saw something.
I can try. But hopefully they are friendly.
Let's approach quietly if we can.
Yeah, let's hang a little bit back. They don't have to see you to be able to speak to you, right?
No. Just maybe try to watch them, see what they're doing first.
Sounds good.
Agreed.
What did Freya say they were doing?
Did Freya say what they were doing?
Would you like me to describe sort of what she saw?
Yeah.
All right. You sort of send her back up for just a second so that you can peek through her eyes and see. She saw these almost 4 bipedal-ish creatures. They appeared bird-like in some ways, Their heads are quite large, and they have these long beaks. They themselves appear to be large, if not almost just below. Um, Sorry, my brain just shut off. They are large, almost bird-like creatures. They remind her and you, as you peer through her eyes, of the bird-like dinosaurs that had swooped down and grabbed you the other day, Rowan.
Oh.
Except larger, and almost like hunched and bent. They are feathered all along their head, almost in like a mohawk that seems to extend from the top of their skulls all the way down to their stumpy tails. Their eyes are on the sides of their head, behind a large spiked hump on their beaks. There appear to be 4 or 5 of them.
And how similar do they look to those pterodactyl creatures?
Similar, but not the same.
Okay.
Like familially adjacent.
And you said they're bipedal. Do they have like wings or they have like arms?
They have arms that are wings.
Oh.
Allow me to send a picture.
Ooh.
Oh. Y'all want me to talk to that?
Looks like
It better be an herbivore.
they look like they know things.
Yeah.
It's a very wise. I think this is a Quetzalcoatlus. Yeah, looks very wise.
Rowan seems slightly perturbed after looking through Freya's eyes. I mean, if I'm being honest, they sort of look like those big flying things that snatched me when we were leaving the other day. I still don't really know what those are. They look a bit different.
Maybe they're nicer?
I could try to talk to them. I know that those other creatures, whatever they are, those weren't beasts, but maybe these are.
Did these have a pink look in their eyes?
It's too far away. I'd have to send it pretty close to see.
Well,
And
I guess it's worth trying to talk if they do want to talk.
and sorry, Harry. What were they doing? Were they just like standing around, like grazing, or?
Some of them appear to be like grooming themselves, sort of nibbling at their feathery. One of them appears to be perched upon a rock, hunched over, and occasionally it'll sort of like jolt its beak into the water, grab a large fish out of the water, toss it in the air, and then catch it back down into its beak, almost like an oversized pelican.
Not herbivores, but maybe they're pescatarian.
Just don't turn into a fish.
Noted. Let's get as close as we can without being noticed first.
Right.
Try to sneak closer.
All right. As you all attempt to approach, can you all go ahead and roll stealth check
This is gonna be
at
great.
disadvantage as on a open beach? Nothing to hide behind. Unless you move into the tree line.
13 for me.
Nine.
Or I guess do we want to move into the tree line, or
I mean, my
well, I guess we already.
my
said.
worst roll was first, so it doesn't really matter to me either way.
Yeah, same.
Sorry, y'all.
Disadvantage, Ricard.
Oh, with advantage, all right.
Disadvantage.
Oh,
Victor's trying to get advantage.
22.
Oh, 22.
Psych.
22.
Amid your cluster, you attempt to sort of hug the tree line without fully committing to going into it. As you do, Beacon's armor gleams brightly in the sort of extremely powerful sun. Heat begins to radiate off of the sand, and all of you can feel a warmth, not similar to what you had experienced in that strange lava flow area, but more of a sweaty, almost oppressive sun, tropical type heat. As you approach, Beacon's armor, filling a little bit with sand, creaks and also gleams brightly. He is literally a beacon to everything around. The fortunate thing is that the rest of you are able to hide a little bit more within the tree line, as attention seems to be fully drawn towards Beacon. Beacon, about 20 paces away, 20 feet away from the jagged white obsidian rocks, you see one of these massive creatures, Quetzalcoatlus, climbing over the sharp and jagged portions of these about 10-foot tall rocks. One of them climbs to the top, and you can see that atop the rocks, it appears to be another 10 or so feet tall. And as it looms down looking towards you, it tilts its head slightly to the left. It's curious. But you also feel like it's sizing you up, as if you could be its next meal.
Okay, well, Beacon is going to, so knowing that the plan is kind of to try talking to them first. Be like, just say like, oh, hello, sorry, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm gonna kind of put my axe, like, sheath my axe and kind of just raise my hands to be like, not a threat.
Roll animal handling.
Okay. Gonna handle this so cool, guys. It's gonna be so good. It's a 7.
As you kneel down and sort of lower your raise your hands in rendering, you can see that the glint off of your axe gleams alongside your armor. The creature seems to look towards your axe, and it lets out a slight squawking, almost rumbling noise. You see the sort of raised mohawk of a different bird begin to crest over the edge of the rocks. Although it doesn't move to attack you, you can see that other of these creatures begin to start moving towards you.
I have
Rowan, please start talking.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have a
Oh.
question. Now that we're
Yes.
seeing Beacon try to talk to them, and now that we're a bit closer, I don't know how all of the new actions work, but am I able to make like a study check or something like that to like look them over and see if I think they're like bestial or if they seem like they might be some kind of like monstrosity instead?
Yeah, that would be the study action, which is you can do like a nature for that.
Nature? Okay. Then yeah, I'll try to look them over and clock their biology, I guess. 13?
He's transvestigating this poor little bird.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
I know what
Looking
you
over the pterodon, you have a sense that it is in fact a beast, as all pterodon or even dinosaur-like creatures are. You're not completely unfamiliar with these creatures, Rowan, as there are some groups of wildlings who ride on the backs of large dinosaur-type creatures. However, the specific feathering and size of these creatures is different from what you've seen before.
Ooh, okay. All right.
And you do know that these creatures do eat meat, and they're drawn to shiny things as many bird-like creatures are.
Oh, okay. All right. I guess I'll try to talk to them then. I'm not very good at that. Rowan he'll kind of clutch onto his staff a little bit tighter, and these very faint, kind of like almost woven together green threads of magic will start to coalesce around it briefly as he casts Speak with Animals. And then does one of them look like it's like looking at us more? Like, is there one that we're kind of like already engaged with?
They all seem the one that's sort of looming appears to be entirely focused on Beacon. One more is beginning to crest over the rocks, but it is being drawn by the one that is speaking, which now that you cast Speak with Animals, you can understand that it's saying, "Something's here! Come! Come!"
Hello, we're the somethings. we don't mean you any harm. We're really just trying to pass by. But we're actually looking for our friend, though. We believe she might have been kidnapped and taken by some sort of bandits or something. Would you be able to help us? Or maybe just let us pass?
Roll animal handling as you see the long neck and head now swivel towards you.
24.
24. The creature sort of blinks slowly at you. You see the second one of these pterodons sort of cresting over the rock, looks towards you as well. Almost like two swan-like creatures just staring you down. It's a little awkward just as their eyes are on the sides of their head rather than facing forward. So they have to like tilt their heads slightly sideways to really look at you. It says, "Oh, more shinies. What do you do here at our section of beach? This is where we feast."
Right, and we wouldn't want to come in the way of that. We're honestly just lost. We would love to be out of your feathers. Did you see anything? Maybe last night or within the last couple of hours? Our friend, her name is Boone. She's a fairy. She's got kind of wings and oh god, I'm really bad at describing her. These like pincher things on her face.
The creature sort of blinks at you, so almost like one eye at a time. The one behind it sort of cranes its neck and speaks. "You are not the first human-like creatures to pass us by. A number of two legs passed not a full rotation of the sun ago. The two legs came on a large tree trunk from the waters beyond. There have been many two legs over here the last cycles."
Did you see which way the two legs went?
They both sort of crane their neck in a westward direction. "If you follow the trees, you will make your way there. They are where the rock goes tall. That's where some of them are, anyhow. There were more. Now there are less. They move like birds when the cycles change."
Oh. Okay, 1 second. And then everyone will turn around and look at the party and they'll really quickly try to spit all of that out. They say there's some group of people, calling them two legs, I don't know, but they headed that way towards the west where the rocks get tall, I think by mountains or something, probably. He said they travel like birds when the cycles change, so maybe they fly at night, but it's those people that we saw that arrived on the ship.
That's great to hear. So it's that direction that they set up ahead?
Yeah, is there anything else I should ask, or just try to let us leave without being food?
I mean, do you think they might want to come with us? Maybe they can help us?
I could ask. I wasn't really getting a very helpful vibe from them. I guess
You don't think we could catch a ride?
this is their neck of the woods, so I think they just kind of want us gone.
All right.
Okay, he'll turn back around. Thanks for waiting. That helps a lot. We're probably just going to squeeze by and head that way, if that's okay.
They sort of almost in their bird-like way give nod. One of them says, "Watch for their spikes. Long and black, they send them into the skies. And also," the other one sort of speaks up, "for the smokes and the big booms. They have many two legs that use the big booms."
Do they, the two legs, do you only see them using black spikes and boom? Do they only use weapons, or have you seen them cast any spells, use magic?
One of the birds just kind of blinks at you. It says, "They use the big booms."
Right. Alright, well, surprisingly friendly. Thank you for your help. We'll just be on our way now, unless you need something. And to start walking that way.
One of the birds sort of like looks over at Beacon and looks over at you, and then looks over at Beacon and looks over at you. You can tell that they're very drawn to Beacon's shiny armor.
I'm gonna like slowly try to start heading towards you, Rowan.
Everyone huddle around Beacon. And we'll kind of like try to, I don't know, like the three of us just kind of block their sight a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't suppose anyone has anything shiny they could offer them.
Could make something shiny temporarily.
I got an oil lamp. I'll throw.
All right. Before you do, I'll cast light on it for them.
Yeah.
Give it a bit of like a shiny glimmer before you give it a throw.
All right. As you toss the oil lamp, suddenly the bird that had been, or rather the pterodon that looked extremely sort of like focused on Beacon, its eyes suddenly go in the direction of the oil lamp, and the other one's attention gets drawn that way too. You see that they sort of like follow it with their eyes, and then almost like seagulls, they sort of like flap their wings ever so slightly, and then start like almost quickly pursuing the oil lamp.
All right, let's
as
go.
Beacon
Let's go.
shimmers hidden.
Go.
Going. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, they really liked your armor.
You just scratch that thing up.
I think so. Something like that happening again.
At least we know what we're dealing with. They couldn't really answer me. I was asking if there's other mages or something like that, but it seems like there's these. They just use bombs, maybe, or the mines that we encountered before, and they said be wary of the black spikes. They throw them into the sky, so maybe like spears or something.
Well, that's what makes sense.
I just wanted why her? They left everybody but her.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe they have something that's magic that's like what we saw the harpies do, and because Boone was awake, she was the only one that got
Boone was
moved.
asleep at the time.
Yeah.
But
Beacon stayed up.
Rufus woke her up, though.
I thought,
Perhaps, but Beacon was also awake.
Harry, did Rufus wake up when she started moving, or was Rufus awake?
Rufus woke her up.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Okay.
then they heard something overhead, and then she went to go investigate, but then she kind of like got lured, I guess, like got charmed at some point.
I just don't
Maybe
know.
it was because she was investigating them that they lured her away.
Ooh, what if they're like pirates or something? Do pirates exist still?
I think so.
Yeah, pretty sure.
Well, they came on a boat.
All right, so
That's
this
true,
way
they
up
did.
ahead.
I guess so.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, moving in that direction.
All right. As you continue your pursuit, 5-minute break.
Alrighty.
Nice.
Break.
As you hug the edge of the tree line, moving beside the massive stones and moving away from the large pterodons, you begin to make your way in the direction of the rising plumes of smoke. Where before Rykard you had anticipated that it was about 3 miles or so away, as you break back out of the tree line, you can see a small camp had been made on the shoreline. As you all begin to approach it, it's about 50 feet away from you. You can see that there's barely any smoke rising off of the makeshift campfire that had been set up there. You can see that there are a few rocks and stones that have been piled up, almost like a little signal, or rather a marker. You can see that there is a deep groove, like a straight line that goes straight from the shore towards the tree line. Any other details? You'd likely have to get closer to what appears to be a recently collapsed camp to see anything else.
There's a groove line from the camp to the, like, through the sand to the tree line.
Yes. Although it goes beyond the camp, it goes from the shoreline to the...
I forgot to ask their names, but that creature said that they did use big booms, and we found those mines on the beach, so I think anywhere that we go following them, we should very much be looking for traps.
Keep your eye out for
Definitely.
booms
Right.
and boom.
As that's for booms and booms.
Booms and boom.
Episode title?
Check.
Roll credits.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep my eyes peeled for any more of those like the humps that we saw on the beach
Yep.
earlier.
Same.
Hey, yo,
Yeah,
you saw humping
yeah,
on the
I'll
beach?
also-
Hey, yo.
Oh, yo.
No.
Go ahead and roll investigation checks.
Yeah.
Anybody can?
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
I can see into the future.
Beacon and Alex, as you sort of look around the camp a little bit, you don't see anything of note beyond what I've already described. However, Rowan, I'll say Rykard, as you sort of take a look first, you can see that around the camp, you don't notice any raised mounds or anything that belies that there was a trap there. Nothing that resembles the previous one that you had encountered, at the very least. Rowan, as you sort of look around the camp from a distance, you try to take in some of your surroundings. You surmise that the deep groove that is like dragged from the shoreline into the trees is likely a boat was dragged in that direction. You'd probably have to go looking in the forest to maybe figure out where it ended up. You can see that the campfire appears to have been put out hastily, and you can see that there are grains of sand and also what appears to be a splash of soot and log chunks, ashes that sort of splattered everywhere, where somebody clearly dumped seawater on it to snuff it out. You can see that there are several points where people appear to have either been sitting or lying down, almost as if bedrolls had been laid out, but had quickly been packed back up. You can see the remains of a snapped arrow on the ground, and you see a segment of rope that seems to have been cut hastily.
Whoa. Alex, speaking, wait.
Oh.
Don't move.
I'm freezing. I'm frozen.
Freezing.
Ron's
And then I
What is it?
around.
I run up to Rowan. What do you see?
Oh, I don't see any traps. It honestly kind of looks like they left in a hurry. They poured water on the fire. Looks like some ropes were cut hastily. I can tell they were lugging a boat with them that way. I don't know. It was definitely their recent campsite. Doesn't look like there's too much of interest though.
All right, you guys are good. You can move.
Okay, well, I'm moving.
That was dramatic.
Very dramatic.
Just staying out the way.
But we're gonna step on another trap.
It doesn't
Just
look
gotta
like
play it safe.
Fair enough.
You are very good with playing it safe, I see.
I do what I can.
We
So we
should,
think their boat was dragged from there to there.
yeah, we should follow the trail that's left. See where it leads.
All right.
All right, let's go. There, you said there wasn't anything like interesting around camp, right?
I didn't think so, right? Or was I just kind of like just looking for like the safety of it, or like is there
You
more
were
for us
just
to
looking
look
at the
to?
safety of it.
Mm.
Oh, should we check to see what's exactly in the camp?
Sure. Maybe there's more clues
Safe to
to
do so. All
who they are.
Hmm.
right, let's go take a peek.
All right. You get a little closer to the camp. You can see that. Actually, go ahead and roll again.
Investigation again.
Yes. Assuming that you're just like looking to like get the details of the camp.
Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I was going for.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Nat 20, let's go.
Ooh.
24.
Guess it's a good thing I let you roll. Looking around, Alex, you can see that the camp appeared to be very hastily broken down, sort of echoing what Rowan had already said. However, you can see that sort of in the sand, where a log appears to have been rolled up as like a makeshift seat, you can see tucked away inside the log is a dagger. It appears to be the kind that one could easily hide away under some clothes or something to that effect, as it is extremely skinny, like a stiletto, and it appears to be made out of some sort of black metal. There's an inscription on the hilt, but the blade itself appears to be quite scuffed, and it appears to be written in a language that you may not speak. What languages do you know, Alex?
I speak Celestial, Common, Elvish, and Giant.
It is not in a language that you speak.
Okay.
Beyond that, you notice, also tucked away in the log, a small scroll with an that's been rolled up very tight, almost like a message that one would tuck in a bottle. And you see a half-abandoned bottle of some sort of alcohol.
All right, I'll pass the dagger with the inscription over to Rowan. Do you know what this inscription here says?
Let me see. I speak
I'll
Druidic,
take a
Sylvan,
scroll.
and Undercommon.
It is not in the language that you speak, Ron.
Shake my head and pass it to either Ricard or Beacon. And how about neither of you?
I
I'll
got
take a
Draconic and
look at it.
Goblin.
Yeah, I have Common and Infernal.
Beacon, looking over it, the etchings, you read in Infernal what appears to say, every sphere of the abyss will find you.
Every sphere of the abyss.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, yeah, I read that out loud. It's an infernal. Every sphere of the abyss will find you.
Every sphere of the abyss, so it is not abyssal. Interesting.
No?
Does that mean anything to you guys?
I don't think so, does it?
I can't.
Really?
Roll a history check, Elixios. I feel like you'd be the most.
Oh my gosh.
Ew.
Got one. Here we go.
Okay, hold on. Watch this, guys.
I'm watching.
Oh, 15, not bad.
Okay.
We'll take it.
It could mean a number of things. It could be something religious. Could be something of. It's not a saying that you've ever. You have a feeling that it probably comes from somewhere in Arianthea.
Yeah, this is definitely an Arianthian saying. I haven't heard anything like this before.
Do any of the characters that's etched into the dagger look like the character that we saw, or the symbol we saw on the shell?
You mean like the writing, or
Yeah.
like
Any of the letters?
it's
Yes.
it's hard, I suppose, to compare etching to like I guess they're both etchings. Roll, I'd say just roll an investigation check, right card, to see if you draw any similarities.
A lamb.
The script does not. You have a sense that what you saw on the conch was like a sigil, like symbol, something more than like a letter character.
Okay.
How does the dagger look? Like, what's the make of it? Does it look valuable, or does it look kind of like cheap?
It looks like it might have been valuable at some point, but it looks old and weathered and
Hmm.
probably more of like a personal significance than like a magical. If that makes sense.
Got you.
Is there any is there anything on its blade? Like, is there any like blood or any kind of substance on it?
Not that you can see.
Okay.
Any that I could see?
None that you can see either. Yes. Even with your 24.
Okay.
So
All right.
sad.
Could I also open up that scroll? and
I
take a
step
peek at it?
back.
Yes, you may. You unfurl the scroll. And what language is... Wait. Never mind. You look over it, and it appears to be written in Common. But the actual, like, language of it eludes you. It's written in a code.
Oh, this is some kind of cipher. Interesting. Some type of codes. Does anyone speak codes? I could try to work it out, but it would take some time.
I mean, Druidic is kind of a weird language, but it's not really like a code. I don't know. I mean, I could look at it, but it would probably be just as good as you.
You take a peek, Rowan.
Yeah.
It is not written in Druidic.
Do you have like the actual text itself, Harry? Like, is it just like letters, or is there like words?
It is a combination of words that make they have no meaning together.
Okay.
It's like cloud, moon, Romeo, tango, left, 7.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Alex, you have a feeling that with a sample of it unscrambled, that it would mean something to you, but currently it has no meaning to you.
Yeah. We'll need to find something else that we might be able to compare it to.
But
Right.
oh, sorry. Also, as you unfurl the scroll, there's a second piece of paper or parchment wedged in there. A second note.
No, I'll take that out too.
This one is written in Common, and I am sharing it with all of you in your journals.
Hey.
Beacon, Theus, and a card. Okay, you should be able to look at it now, and I have it as show to players, so it might show up on your screen.
All right. Yeah.
What she was hunting for. Interesting.
Okay.
Does that
Again.
location
Yeah.
sound familiar?
Yeah.
Or either of them?
Yeah.
Roll survival.
Survival.
Anybody?
Sure. Anybody who's reading the note or looking over it.
15.
16.
19.
So, Ganhe is a place that Elixios and Beacon you've only heard of very vaguely. Rowan and Rykard, you're a little more familiar with it. It is a pirate city off of the coast of Carolyn Island. It's technically part of the Kestal Ecosil Alliance. It is basically on the tip, a little island on the tip of Mandragore that touches where the KAA begins. As for Rock's Edge, Elixios, you surmise that it's probably referring to that distant cliff edge that you see along the coast, about 10 or so miles away. It is clearly visible as it rises above the sort of flat shoreline.
How far away did you say you could track, Boone?
It would have to be within, like, give or take 1,000 feet.
Okay, we are a bit too far then, but when we get closer to the cliff over there, then it would be worth casting it, I think.
Alright. But that isle there, that's pretty close to where Boone is from, I think. She said she was from Carolyn.
Is that what she said? I couldn't understand what she was saying.
Yeah, she definitely did. And honestly, it sounds like she's been running away from something there, so this would track.
Well, then we
Let's
really
keep
have to
going.
find her.
All the more reason to look for her.
But why were there other people as well? Because there were more people in the cages, right?
That's what we heard. Yeah,
Maybe
people,
they're looking
animals,
for
something like that.
multiple. Yeah, maybe they're looking for multiple people.
I know when I said pirates earlier, I was sort of kidding a little, but maybe they are something like that. Bounty hunters or something. Maybe she was just a bounty they stumbled upon.
Could be.
That's kind of what I'm
It is
thinking.
it's a question worth asking when we find her.
Yeah.
At least we have a
But
clear idea of where to head now.
yes, and if we find any part of that cipher, we should keep an eye out for it to try to make sense of anything else here in the scroll. Wait. Wasn't okay, maybe it was more like of a magic cipher or like an arcana thing, but for some reason I remember that was another option for a quest before we actually left. Was like someone was like looking into like a cipher. Is that right, Harry, or am I just imagining that? Like someone was trying to like decode something if we had stayed back at Brave Hollow.
There was somebody at Brave Hollow, they were trying to have
Like an object, wasn't it?
it was like objects that they were trying to
it?
have
Oh, okay.
basically like messed around with.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Or like
Okay,
Rubik's
never
Cube
mind.
and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
like more like Rubik's Cube than like a cipher.
Okay. Alright, cool. Just want to make sure.
Seems like we're on the right trail.
How are we going to get up there, though?
Is
To the cliff.
Question.
It's on Rock's Edge.
when we get close, I could help us fly up.
Let's get close to them.
Sounds like a plan. Yeah.
All right. You keep pressing to the west. As you continue to move on ahead, the long beach that stretches out before you begins to go from soft white sand to coarser, slightly more jagged sand. And as the moments and minutes stretch out into hours, so too does that coarse sand begin to turn into loose, jagged, and also occasionally smooth rocks underfoot. The tree cover to your side, which was thin along the tree line, begins to become slightly more dense as you move towards your quarry. In the distance, those floating isles that you had been below the night before begin to shrink ever so slightly in the distance. The sun, which had begun to rise high in the sky, reaches its highest point, then begins to dip low once more. Your legs begin to feel heavy, somewhat sore from pursuing through this sort of sinking sand underfoot into what is now jagged and awkward, almost a slight scramble as you begin to approach this looming, almost shelf ahead of you. You see now what Beacon had vaguely and distantly spotted before, a almost barricade of stone and wood that had been set up on the beach's edge. Behind it, you see that there are logs and chunks of driftwood that have all been piled up. Logs as in like the long kind that would have been used in times to like build log cabins, almost like tree trunks that have been felled and stacked up. They form a wall, almost like a choke point at this beach. It appears to be about 15 or so feet tall. There's a small gate. Seems to be the only way to push through this wall on the edge of the beach. You're unsure if you'd be able to go around it if you pushed into the trees. You don't see any people standing guard on your side of the wall, nor do you see any points where a person could peek over the wall.
Think this is our beaver friends?
Might be.
Maybe?
It's kind of hard to say.
Sorry, here I interrupted you.
I was going to say that the wall extends a little bit off, jagged. And again, there is a gate in the middle of this wall made out of.
Oh, sorry, Harry, you're cutting out a little bit for me. Are you cutting out for anyone else?
Yeah,
Well,
it was for a
Yeah,
little bit.
Yeah. Okay. But you said there was a gate.
Yes, there is a gate.
Probably not beavers.
Yeah, probably not beavers.
So there's a gate, and then the walls are like 15 feet high.
Yes, and they appear to be made out of like stacked, like tree trunk type log. It extends into the water, about like I'd say 20 feet, and then there's like jagged rocks that jut out of the water, making it hard to approach from the water side, although potentially possible. And then it seems to extend into the tree line, out of view. You'd have, if you wanted to see if there's any faulty points in it that way, you would have to go into the trees, into the jungle.
Do we want to try the tree line? See if we can loop around?
Sure, yeah.
I think that will be best.
Alright. Let's try and be quiet.
Mm-hmm.
All right, as you all begin to sneak into the tree line, can I get stealth roll from all of you?
Okay.
As the cover of the trees begins to swallow you, the bright, sort of setting sun begins to dip further behind the trees and the horizon. Darkness begins to slowly engulf all of you. As you move through the trees, they appear to be lush and almost jungle-like. There's moss and vines that drape all along the canopy of these low-hanging branches. You can hear the buzzing of bugs as they flit around, and ferns and other overgrown plants reach out and graze upon your skin. The walls of this wooden, almost fort seem to extend deep until they meet jagged rock and the rising sort of edge of what you had seen of this almost raised cliff-like hill. As you take in your surroundings, you can tell that this place appears to be fairly fortified. Distantly, in the trees, you can hear the loud sort of sound of people speaking, although it's muffled by the trees and the sounds of the jungle all around you. You feel like there's probably people somewhere in the jungle, maybe 100 or so feet away from you.
Should we listen into what they're saying?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, let's go forward then, and I'll try to listen to what they're saying.
Wait. I have an idea.
Mm-hmm.
I'll summon Rykard. Right next to me.
So you summon
Alright.
yourself right beside
You
yourself.
spare
Summon yourself.
Rufus, my bad. My bad.
It was
It's bound to
Rufus the whole
happen.
time.
Yeah, Rufus said that. Rufus said that. Let me summon
In that voice, he goes, my
Sorry,
bad. My
myself.
bad.
It's like, damn, 2 records, it's a dream come true.
Yeah. I summoned Rufus next to me.
Mhm.
All right, buddy. Remember what we practiced. Don't be scared. I'll be watching. And you see, right beside us, the little puffball, who we all know and love, sort of from the feet up, starts to shimmer and go invisible. Kind of blending into the environment like a chameleon, sort of fading away. So I'll have Rufus go forward, invisibly, sort of just fly up ahead, and I'll be listening through his senses.
All right. As you send him off, could you go ahead and roll a perception check for the invisible Rufus, please?
Alrighty.
I don't know if this helps to sort of visualize what I'm describing, but I tried to draw sort of like, there's just randomly like this raised hill and like this sharp cliff in the forest sort of beside the beach, and then there's like a wall that like extends out, like fortifications.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that does help. Thank you.
Yes.
Gotcha. Yeah, that should be a 20, not a 21.
As Rufus moves through the trees invisibly, he sort of makes his way flittering in the direction of the sounds that you all hear. You all attempt to sort of hide yourselves among the plants and the trees, some potentially more successfully than others, as Rykard begins to listen through Rufus's ears and see through Rufus's eyes. As Rufus weaves through the trees, he settles upon a branch, a raised perch, where he looks down and sees what appears to be a group of 5 humanoids in darkened leathers and sort of draping cloaks. Their blackened sort of clothing, oddly enough, though starkly dark, does in some ways seem to almost blend in with their leafy and gloomy surroundings. 2 of them appear to have arrows in a quiver on their backs, along with bows draped over them. The other 3 appear to be wearing almost robe-like clothes. The 2 archers sort of take up the front and the flank of this group of travelers, being dragged forward by the three robed individuals, tied up and bound, almost like hog-tied and being dragged, almost as though like by a length of rope attached at the wrists. These three individuals drag what appears to be a strange and almost sedate looking beast. Rykard, it resembles a cat in its sort of like fluffiness and the way it's like shaped. However, all along its back are like hardened scales, and its face appears more dog than cat-like, almost like Doberman-y, and there are like spikes like a rhino that come off of its forehead and off of the tip of its snout. You can see that the creature appears sedate and seems unperturbed by the way that it's being dragged through the forest. One of the archers sort of finishes whatever it was he was saying, finishes up his sentence, and then raises a fist and looks in the direction where you and your compatriots are. It says, "I see something. Someone in silver stands over there. Quieten your steps." The men in robes give a nod, and they sort of, one of them waves a hand, and the air around them seems to like ripple, and they vanish from sight. The other ones all sort of seem to almost cling to the trees and reel in that unconscious beast.
Yes.
One of the archers, the one that was taking up the flank, begins to creep forward slowly. They knock an arrow and they sort of point it in the direction of your group. They look to the person at the front for approval. That person just sort of stands there and seems to stare in Beacon's direction. What do you all choose to do?
How many were there, like, originally, before everybody, went to hide and turned invisible and stuff?
5 of them that
5.
Rufus was able to see.
Okay. And that beast.
Mm-hmm. And the beast that's like appears to be like unconscious, or sedated, or asleep.
How many? Is it a large beast?
It is a medium creature.
Okay. And how many were dragging it?
They were 3 of them that were dragging it.
Okay.
One of the ones that was dragging it vanished from sight.
Gotcha.
The one who sort of noticed Beacon gestures to the others, who sort of like fan out a little bit within the forest and move to hide within the different points of the canopy. Rufus is able to see all of them as they grab their hiding spots with that roll. But the one archer sort of takes a few steps towards your group, and you all suddenly hear calling out through the forest, "Who goes there?"
Shoot. It seems like they only notice Beacon, right? No one else.
As much as Rufus is able to see and hear, the person only mentioned someone in silver.
Right. Okay. Well, Beacon is going to pull out I apologize, I don't mean to intrude. I seem to be lost. I've gotten turned around.
Rykard, are you still watching through Rufus's eyes?
Door.
Victor.
Oops, sorry, I was talking. Needed. Yeah, I'm currently trying to shift away from Beacon, and I'm trying to get a better position on these guys.
All right, so you're no longer watching through Rufus's eyes?
I am not.
Okay. There's a bit of a quiet for a moment. You can all only, from where you're standing, barely see this figure who seems to almost blend in with their surrounding. Beacon, as you sort of speak out, you hear the voice call back. What are you doing so far on the isle?
Sorry, I'm trying to think what to say. I am on a mission with sorry, I'm on a mission with fuck me. Sorry, give me a second. I can't talk. Okay. I've been sent on a task by Brave Hollow. I seem to have been separated from my group. Honestly, I don't really know how I got so far in. Just kept going one direction, and next thing you know, I'm here.
There's another long pause. The voice calls out once more. What mission is that? Perhaps aid can be lended, but I wish to know your intentions.
Of course. We are looking for shoot, what's the thing we're looking for? I want to say beacons. They're not called beacons.
Oh, shaker notes?
Yeah, shaker notes. We're looking for some the shaker notes. My understanding, Brave Hollow uses them to facilitate communication around the island, and with the last the change in biome, they've lost contact.
Is that so?
Yes,
And how many of you are there?
Only 4 of us. Like I said, I don't know where the rest of my companions are. I've seemed to have been turned around. I've gotten turned around.
Rowan, what's your passive perception?
17.
17. You distantly hear shuffling, Rowan. It sounds like a few people moving away from your group, but that one voice seems to remain like a fixed spot as it sort of yells back out. We've seen nothing of the sort over here. If you're searching for assistance, perhaps find your nearest outpost. Surely your compatriots, should they be lost, will be able to reconvene with you there. It is a dangerous forest, sir, and I recommend you turn back if you haven't the mettle to venture through it.
Yes, I am quite aware of the dangers of this forest. I have to say I don't know where the closest outpost could be. You once again, if you offer aid, I would be more than happy to get it.
While Beacon is talking to him, are we all moving to get better positions? Are we able to move?
From my understanding, you're all staying hidden, correct?
Okay. I didn't know if anyone was
Yeah.
moving.
I was inchworming closer.
Okay,
Trying to
go.
get
If you're
position.
trying to get closer, what I'll say is, Rykard, can you roll another stealth check?
Yeah, sure.
I was gonna say, Rowan will kind of look to Ricard and Alex and mouth that they're moving. We'll just say they're moving, and he'll kind of mouth it to them, and maybe get ready to start moving himself. I don't know. Because right now where we're at, how far are we from the guy that's talking?
Like 100 feet.
Oh, yeah. If I see Ricard starting to move, I think Rowan will try to move as well. Maybe not like directly next to him so I don't expose him if I'm loud, but closer.
All right. Okay.
All right, I think Alex is going to hang back a little bit just to be closer to Beacon, and remain hidden and kind of close to him. Yeah, I'll send like a message quietly towards Rykard's direction if I saw him sneaking off. What do you see a little further ahead?
Roll a D100.
Right. Oh, wait, no, I thought it was only. Oh, I thought it was only when they weren't near the shaker nodes. Interesting.
Oh.
Yeah, I think until we fix them all, like all across the island, communication and teleportation is fucked.
Oh, it's all across the island. Got it. 12. Would have succeeded divine intervention if I was Vera.
If only you were Vera.
If only I was Vera.
Oh my.
We all think that all the time.
Yeah.
Rykard, you hear everything of the message. None of it is scrambled.
What do I end up seeing as I get closer?
Roll another perception check.
Alrighty.
It's hard to see so low to the ground. You see a spider crawl directly in front of your eye. One about as big as your hand and fuzzy. As it crawls by, you give pause and then continue to try to shuffle through the deep set ferns and the foliage that blocks you. You see a large tree root, gnarled and jagged, rises up above you, in front of you, and blocks your way. You may have to stand or try to inchworm over a raised root. You're not sure if your bright red hair will give you away, should you do so.
I'll keep
You
it.
do, however, I'd say, inch yourself about 15 feet closer as this talking continues.
Gotcha.
Voice calls back towards you, Beacon. The aid I offer is this. I recommend you turn back wherever you came from. Though you say you recognize that this forest is dangerous, I have a sense that you are not prepared for what it holds. If you're wise, you'll follow the shoreline and return wherever you came from.
Sorry. Yes, that is very good advice. I will start heading that way. Just out of curiosity, you haven't happened to see anyone else around here? Possibly any of my team members?
Beacon, what's your armor class?
Oh no.
Haha.
Yes.
Oh. Hello?
Hello?
Am
Hi.
I here? Hi.
She
Sorry,
laughs at my question and does not answer.
Would you like to know, Weather Boy?
She's like, yeah, don't worry about it.
Sorry about
It's-
that.
It's 19, is that what you said?
Oh, 18.
18, okay. You see almost like a warning shot from an arrow that seems to whiz past your head on your left side. It lands directly and firmly in a tree just beside your ear. You hear the voice call out, "Turn back! There is nothing for you here. What aid I have lended is more than enough. Find your way back to whatever hole you crawled from, you hollow. Don't let us find you on this side of the island again." You hear rustling as it sounds like the person turns and begins to make away from you, intergroup.
Sorry, my bad. I'm heading back now. I'm gonna take, like, few steps back. Just also trying to see, like, can I see, like, where the arrow came from?
like directly ahead of you.
Okay, just directly ahead. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm just
you could
gonna
vaguely
move
see
back.
the shape of a person.
Right. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna take a few steps back until I no longer see the shape of a person.
Alright, good job distracting them.
No problem. I don't know if it was tuned, and I'm gonna move closer to Alexios. I don't know to what end.
It might have bought Rykard and Rowan some time up ahead.
Okay, good.
How much closer would we have been able to get?
Over the course of this discussion, I would say that with to get closer, Rykard was able to get within like or move about 30 or so feet, while you, Rowan, were able to move about the same amount, just spread out from one another.
That animal that they had like tied up, do we still see that or hear that, or did they start taking that with them?
It's hard to tell from this distance, as the individuals who were dragging it seemed to almost like vanish completely from sight, and the only person that you were all able to keep track of was the person who intentionally started speaking to all of you.
And I looked to
Did we get a good
Rykard.
glimpse of what they look like? The person, or was it just kind of like a shadowy figure?
Like a
In the
shadowy
distance.
figure with like a hood.
Could... Yeah, you know what? I might do it. I would maybe like to cast Disguise Self if they're like very like hooded, like people, and like they have like kind of dark clothes and you can't really make out their features very well.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll save that. I'll save that thought for later.
Okay.
When Rowan starts to see them leave, we'll kind of turn and look to Rykard and in a hushed voice. We're not just letting them leave, are we? I thought we were going to stop them.
Don't let these guys leave. I'm just trying to get a better look at what we're dealing with.
They're leaving.
I'm gonna keep trying to get closer.
We'll kind of follow behind him then.
All right, are you trying to stay stealthy or are you trying to go quickly?
Still stealthy.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and roll stealth again.
23.
Sam?
All right. Rowan, as you start to attempt to sort of pursue in a stealthy manner, you step very loudly on a like plant underfoot, and you can hear it crinkle and crisp. Distantly, you have a sense that something looks at you. You feel perceived for a moment, and that sort of freezes you in your tracks. Rykard, as you continue to pursue, you begin to see a slight clearing in the trees, and up ahead you see a new area. I haven't got it fully populated just yet, but Victor, I'll move you over here so
Alrighty.
you can sort of see this new area up ahead. Alex, Beacon, what are the pair of you doing?
Turn to Alex. Like, I think it might be best for a time, at least, for me to stay behind a bit. I've noticed that my armor seems to attract more attention than I think our group wants right now. You should maybe head on ahead. Make sure that Rowan and Rykard are okay.
Alright, are you sure you'll be okay back here? By yourself?
Oh, yeah, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Just be
Alright,
careful.
so- You too, please. Gonna give the shoulder a squeeze, and then I will also kind of try to go back in the direction that Rykard and Rowan did, keeping an eye on like where I notice like their steps might be, to try and just be a little bit stealthier.
All right, you're attempting to stealth forward then, Alex?
Yeah, just trying to follow their footsteps.
All right, go ahead and roll a stealth check. Rowan, roll a perception check for me, and same with Rykard, please.
19.
19, okay. Rowan, as you sort of pause for a moment, almost as if frozen in place, you look upward towards the branch of the tree overhead. Right above you, you see, standing there, almost like crouched, a figure in a blackened robe who sort of seems to be reaching a hand down towards your head. Suddenly a finger touches your forehead. Can you go ahead and roll a wisdom saving throw for me, please?
No! Okay. Ooh, thank God. 26.
All right, we'll come back to that in just a moment. Rykard, looking out towards the area up ahead, you can see an area where there's like hills that begin to wind ever so slightly towards a solid stone wall that like is sort of like a shelf almost connection or a portion of this hill that you'd seen looming over the beach. You see two figures in reddish robes dragging the unconscious animal towards a rock wall. You hear some sounds. It sounds like animals all around. And then, although it's hard to see, it appears almost as though the figures just vanish entirely from sight, along with the creature that they were dragging behind them. You see, cutting out of the forest, almost directly ahead of you, the one figure who appeared to be speaking with Beacon, the archer, appears to sort of appear, almost out of nowhere, appears to appear. Wow. They pop out of almost nowhere, almost directly out of the foliage up ahead, and you can see the other archer sort of seems to take up a position on a higher rock, and then seems to like slink into some of the trees in the foliage. They begin to like almost vanish from sight, but you're able to track them just enough that you have a vague notion as to where they are.
And where am I? Can you throw me down?
Yes. You would be down over here.
Okay. And what are these elevations looking like? Am I in the bottom of this hill?
You are at the very bottom. Each sort of like raised increment is 10 foot up.
Gotcha. Okay.
Are the sort of areas of the map well enough defined, or should I add lines to show like the changes in elevation?
So that'd be helpful.
Okay.
There's some. It looks like there's some paths here that you can take to get higher up. If you were super duper stealthy. Like
You
over
have a
here.
sense, yeah, there are like well-trod paths
Okay.
where it appears that people have walked or maybe even made camps before. But these people are actively looking. There are a set of stairs. I'll define those a little bit better on one of the levels / an area where you could potentially climb, although you're not sure how easily those actions will be to take. I'll use blue. So the yellow is going to be where the elevations are, the changes in elevation. And then these little blues are going to be sort of where there's like natural stairs or climbing paths.
Okay.
Is everybody able to see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's natural elevation stair things. We have to climb those, correct?
Yes, you have a sense that they would be like, it'd be half speed to climb them.
Okay.
And they're about 10, 15-ish feet tall, 10 feet tall, let's say.
Gotcha. Okay. And those animals were being dragged up towards the top into the foliage?
Yes, they seem to like vanish from your sight somewhere around here.
Okay. All right. I'll take a break right here. And I'm gonna try and get Rufus to go, like, flying in the air, somewhere over here to try and get a better look at everything.
He's still invisible, correct?
Correct.
Let me assign him to you. So you can move him as you need. All right. As you take a look over this sort of clearing area, you have a sense that you're still, at least at present, hidden from their sightline, Rykard. Rowan, back in the trees. I'm going to put you on the map, but you're about 40 feet off of it.
Okay.
You feel the touch upon your forehead, and you feel this almost sleepy chill sort of pass over your mind. It's almost as though a pure sense of calm and sluggishness has begun to grip you. But just as soon as this almost stiffening, sluggardly feeling passes through your body, you sort of focus your attention back on the fact that there's somebody who abducted your friend. These people are in this forest, and from what you've heard or had belied to you by your companion, animals have been harmed by this group of people, and anger roars back through your body, shaking you from the stupor that had almost passed through you. You see a moment of almost shock pass over the face of the person who stands directly above you before they sort of attempt to almost slouch back into the trees. You get a reaction to what they did here, if you'd like one.
Yeah, as he kind of like shakes free from the stupor, he'll just kind of like I don't know, like yelp out a little bit, like, leave me alone, and then he'll just swing his staff up and just try to smack him.
Okay. Go ahead and roll to hit.
That did not roll. Wrong button. Hold on. Pause. Well, I clicked the button. Like, what the? Okay, so you're
It's
playing
just
on my
sharing the
face.
information.
All right. Okay. Let's see. Oh, 10.
As you like swoop the staff and attempt to crack it upon the person, they sort of dodge back into the trees and they seem to fade from sight, turning invisible before you. As aggressive actions are sort of being taken here. Actually, no, they vanish from sight, and Rowan, you have no clue where they went. Looking around you, you see no sign of the individual. Alex, you're coming up the path, attempting to follow after where Rykard and Rowan were going. You vaguely hear up ahead, and slightly to your right, the sound of Rowan calling out.
I don't know if I have any movement, but if I did, after that, I would start running towards Rykard.
All right, you start running in the direction Rykard was in. Longer.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else, Alexios? You're running up the path towards this clearing. Anything you want to do?
You know what? Yeah, if we're running, if we're probably going to be engaged in this soon, yeah, if we're going to be engaged in this soon, I am going to cast mirror image. Oh wait. Yeah, I'll try to cast mirror image on myself.
Alright.
And have like 2 illusory duplicates kind of chasing after me. Just trying, still like not like full out like in a sprint quite yet until I hear a little bit more, but just getting a little bit more cover, I guess, or defensive.
Okay. All right, as you call forth your mirror image, you hear some rustling in the trees beside you, but you pay it no mind as you rush forward towards the clearing. As you reach the clearing, Alexios, the mirror images surrounding you. You see up ahead, again, the raised sort of points of elevation up ahead. You can tell that there is an individual with an arrow sort of pointed directly towards the path who lies in wait. But as you sort of approach, they don't fire an arrow immediately, but instead sort of like stare out directly at you. You can see that there is an arrow trained on you, Alex. You hear the voice sort of cries out, "Look here! It seems I found your compatriots!" Almost out to the forest.
Oh shoot. Beacon is going to hear that and without hesitation is going to rush in the same direction that Alex, Rykard, and Rowan went.
All right. Alexios, you can tell that his attention seems to be trained on you specifically. You can see that the figure seems to be wearing like blackened clothes that seem to have this almost magical shifting quality to them that almost like gives a sense of like camo. The way that it blends in ever so slightly with its surroundings, more of like a trick of the eye than like full magic. You can see that they have a like scarf or a bandana pulled up over their nose, hiding most of their features. But you can see that their skin is like this deep blue color.
All right, and you said that they're up in a tree?
They're up on this raised edge here. They're directly ahead of you. Are you able to see them out?
Yeah, I am. Okay, so I am like in this position then here.
Yes, as you sort of rush up the path.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking at what range I've got. Okay. All right. Then okay, yeah, seeing that the arrow is kind of trained on me, I will kind of like cup my hands over my mouth. I'm not sure why I'm doing this gesture when cameras aren't on. But I'm doing it. And I'll just begin to like whisper a series of words towards this individual here. And what this individual and only this person is going to hear is just like these kind of just whisperings of basically anything that he is kind of trying to keep hidden, things that he doesn't expect people to know about him, like kind of like those deepest parts of themselves that you don't want other people to see, just begin to whisper in his ear as I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers on him at first level. So can you make a wisdom save?
Wisdom. I'm just getting the stat block up.
Yeah, and that pink dot's just for mirror image?
Yes. Sorry, that pink is not the right color. I just didn't know which one to use right away.
Yeah, no worries. I was just curious. It isn't concentration, so
I know, it's just marked so that we can see it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I'm saying pink is the wrong color, but...
Oh, gotcha.
Okay, let's see. Wisdom. Okay. All right. Let's see. It is wisdom. The save is +2.
So bad.
Plus. It won't let me use the plus button. Plus.
Doesn't deserve any plus.
15.
Ooh. I think that just succeeds.
All right.
His meets it, beats it, right?
Yes, meets it, beats it.
Okay, but he still does take damage. He just doesn't have to run away.
All right.
So this is going to be 9 halved points of psychic damage towards him.
All right, 4 points of psychic damage. So as you whisper out towards him, you place a clear somatic component the noises starts to sort of like rustle around, but you see that he sort of like for a second draws his hand back towards his head as if like he has a splitting headache, but then his eyes sort of like a furious glare turn back towards you, and you see he immediately draws back on his bow. I need everyone to go ahead and roll initiative, please. Victor, it's technically not a full like ambush or anything, but you have advantage because you're hidden, so it'll still be a surprise when you attack.
Ooh. Oh, I should have clicked on my
Oh,
token.
sorry, I forgot to click on myself,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna roll again. but
Yeah,
we'll
yeah.
do-
Here. Let me pull up the
Forgot.
turn order.
Thank you, Haley.
Oh,
All right,
no
I'll
way.
add your token on here, Beacon. But did you roll the same thing twice?
Yeah, and it
Chris?
was a natural 20.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Nice.
Let's go.
I'm gonna put Beacon on here, but he's gonna be about. You started running, so I'd say you're about 80 feet away from this actual position. Is that okay, Kezia?
Yeah, that's Joe.
Okay, let me assign this token to you.
Was I able to make it to the map running, or how far off am I still?
Yes, I'll say that you like just reached this corner,
Okay.
out running through. You just barely see Alex do this. Rykard is nowhere to be seen.
Okay.
You.
Sick.
And Rykard,
Vanished.
although I had just had you roll initiative, can you also go ahead and roll another stealth check?
Okay.
All right, let me get some music. Here.
17.
17. Okay. All right. Combat is here. Start this one. All right. So, Rykard, you have a 15 for initiative. Let me add you on there. Does Rufus have an independent?
Yes. I
yeah.
believe they have their own turns. Right, Chris?
All right. Would you like to go ahead and
Yes.
roll that for him?
Oh, yeah, sure. Does he also get advantage because he's invisible?
Yes, he would also be getting like a surprise round here.
Okay. Shit. Dex. Where's Dex? There it is. +3. Okay, cool. Did that roll? Yeah. 11. 9. So he'll have a 14.
14, okay. Turn. All right, 14 for him. And Beacon, what did you roll?
I
8.
rolled, I think, a 8, yeah.
Okay. 8. All right. So this scout has. Okay. This guy has a 20. Oh, wait, wrong. This guy has a 16, and this guy has a 20. All right. Let's reorganize this. Okay, at the top of initiative here, Rowan, you come in on the scene. You see that there is this individual right here. Appears to be quite stalwart. Seems to be the person who's sort of maybe calling the shots for this group. You presently only see 2 enemies, and your friends start to come closer, rushing forward along the path. You distantly hear Beacon. You don't know where Rykard is.
Oh god. Okay, so you can see Rowan just kind of runs through, kind of breaking through the brush, almost like keeling over a little bit with his hands on his knees, like panting and looking around, and kind of snaps his head over to Alex and stares for a minute and then touches his forehead. Oh my god, I'm seeing double. And then he'll just kind of try to steady himself with his staff, unsure of what magics were just attempted to be used on him. Looking around, that one guy's kind of far away. So since they attacked me first, I'm swinging. Kind of both hands clutched to his staff as he closes his eyes for a second, tries to steady himself. These white threads of energy kind of begin to wrap around him and around his staff, kind of coalescing right in the center of the dream catcher kind of thing that's at the end. And he'll focus on this man wielding the bow closest. He'll kind of point out his staff and quickly say, "Threads of light, reveal my foe, let the strike set them aglow," and I'll sling a guiding bolt at him.
All right, go ahead and roll the hit.
Let me first level. Oh, you know what? That's embarrassing. I'm gonna use my inspiration.
All right, you want me to try it again?
We'll try that again. You know what? You know what? It's not.
That's embarrassing.
It's not a natural one. It's not a natural one. And I think
As
that's
you call it out into the ether, you send the bolt flying. You see that the individual, very nimbly, sort of like with a swish of their cape, you see them do, from standing perfectly still, they sort of jump up and do like a 360 horizontally in the air. And you see that as they spin around, their cape whirls like a hurricane. And you see that the guiding bolt singes through the back of their cape, leaving a large hole, but they land firmly back on their feet nimbly.
Rowan, kind of frustrated, he like slaps his head a little bit, like, can't see straight. Then he'll burst out into a sprint and he'll run. There's probably no cover around here, right?
I would say that some of the plants could potentially give you cover. I'd say that this one here, this patch here, they would all give you half cover.
Ooh, okay. Can't really make it there yet. Okay, I guess then he'll try to move. He'll start trying to head towards this cover. Passing, I don't know, do I want to go there or there? Let's go there. Passing by Alex. I'll use my 30 feet of movement to go there. And then kind of as he's passing, he'll turn to Alex and struggle to focus on which one of his doubles, but he'll say, there was someone back that way. They tried to, maybe they did cast something on me. Be careful. And then, well, bonus action, can I do anything? Okay, I guess bonus action, I will just activate Shillelagh, so his staff will begin to glow with verdant nature energy. Then that will be my turn.
All right. Okay, as you sort of rush off in that way, sort of passing by Alex ever so slightly, it is now the turn rather of the person right over here. They sort of like seeing you rushing forward. They are going to use their multi-attack to make 2 attacks with their longbow. One is going to go towards Alex. That'll be the first one. The second one's going to go towards Rowan here. Right. So first one towards Alex. Second one towards Rowan. So
Doesn't
an
hit me.
11 towards Alex. Okay. As it goes flying, it sort of like skirts through one of your shadowy mirror images, Alex, flying past you out into the open forest behind you. Rowan, the 23, does that hit you?
Maybe we'll try something. Kind of maybe it's my proximity to Alex and, you know, pulling on what I've seen him do, but as Rowan watches that first bolt dart towards Alex, kind of seeing the next one aim towards him, he just quickly kind of swings out an arm and this weave of energy just darts straight for the guy's bow, and I will cast Silvery Barbs on him and try to mess up his shot.
All right.
Okay, you know what? That still hits, but I will give the advantage to myself because I'm struggling.
As you sort of like send forth this almost signal through the weave, you can see that it's almost as though ripples of energy and arcane sigils appear in your eyes, Rowan. Only you can see magically that the arrow seems to almost be moved to the side, but it's not enough. As you yourself are also running, the arrow clips sort of through the inner thigh, and you can feel it skirt through and slice into your leg. You take 9 points of piercing damage as you feel the arrow passes through your skin. You can sort of feel the shredding, ripping feeling of the piercing of the arrow.
Oof.
They are then going to use their movement to move as far back, or rather, they're going to move back over here, sort of hugging along the wall. They get a little bit of cover from you guys, just like not a significant amount, not enough to like actually do anything numerically. But they're harder to sort of see as they move away from the ledge ever so slightly. You hear their voice yell out, "Turn back if you have a sense of your mind. You'll find naught but ruin and pain over here, Hollows." All right. after their turn, it's this individual over here's turn. The other archer sort of rushes forward here, and they are going to attempt to take a shot at you, Rowan.
Okay.
This one. Nope, not short sword, long bow. A 17 to hit.
Technically.
So that's a yes.
Yeah.
All right, 10 points of piercing damage. As another arrow is loosed, it lands directly in your left bicep. The arrow is now like sticking out of you.
I'm looking really good.
Oh, God.
All right, that one, having moved forward, is now going to move 5 feet back, and I don't think they have any bonus actions. No, they don't. All right, Rykard, you are up.
Okay. Do I have vision on this one up here?
Through Rufus, yeah.
Okay. So as this is all happening, Rowan sends off that guiding bolt. You see Rykard burst from the brush. He runs up to about here. And that guiding bolt that you sent off, because of the angle that it was at, it continues to go up and towards the sky. As you see the glow fade, you see Rykard holding out a hand. The bolt stops in place, and it catches fire, and it turns a dull orange, a dull glowing orange. And you see him pull his hand back, and you can feel he's kind of hijacking your spell. And you see him bring it back down, turning it into his own on this guy over here. That's just some flavor, but I'm doing Eldritch Blast.
Nice.
All right, go ahead and roll the hit.
25.
25 will hit.
12 points of damage.
12 points damage. He's going to use Uncanny Dodge to take half damage,
Alrighty.
taking only 6. All right, as the bolt comes raining back down from the sky, they sort of like almost hit the deck, and then as it sort of like crashes ever so slightly into their knee, they do like a swooping leg thing and twist back up, drawing on their bow and like knocking another arrow, preparing for the next turn. All right, Rufus is now up if you have nothing else on your turn right.
You're muted, I think.
That's my bad. In my mind, before we begun this, Rufus was like 40 feet ish above ground level to where that level is.
Okay.
He's just gonna stay there, invisible, chilling out. He's just my second pair of eyes.
Alrighty. Beacon, you are up with Alex on deck. You are 80 feet off the map right now, Beacon.
Awesome. Well, I guess I'm gonna use both my movement and my action. My movement to move, and then dash with my action.
All right. What is your speed?
30 feet.
All right. You are now 20 feet off of the map.
Awesome. Do I have any bonus actions that could be vaguely helpful? If I just cast Emissary of Peace, just like, hey guys, no, not wait, maybe, sorry, let me just really quickly look at, Sanctuary. No, I didn't mean to cast it, I'm sorry. Ignore that. Within range, what's the range? It's 30 feet. Where are people? I'm there, 30 feet. Okay, yeah,
I think
could
Alex would
probably...
be just barely outside of 30 feet from you, right?
Just barely. Okay, I think so. Rowan wouldn't though, right? Or he would. Rowan is
further.
out my... Oh, that's so unfortunate.
You still have movement, right? You can move and then cast.
No,
No,
I'm out
she
of
used her
movement.
full round of movement. She used
Yeah,
dash
you're
as her
20 feet away?
action, and yeah, 20 feet. But remember, like 20
Oh,
feet off
ooh.
of the map, right? So that's like
Oh,
diagonally
gotcha.
away from you.
Okay, okay. I'm doing something else because Shield of Faith is 60 feet, so I am going to hold out my hands, and then the shimmering like sun symbol kind of surrounds Rowan. And you are now Shield of Faith.
Thank you.
Got 2 more AC.
All right. Shield of
I
Faith
mean,
is concentration, correct?
yes.
All right. I'll mark you the pink dot. I'm gonna change Alex. I'm gonna change your dot to blue to show that you have mirror image instead of pink, because it'll get confusing otherwise.
Orange is my advantage from silvery barbs.
Okay. Alrighty, Beacon, as you sort of run towards your companions, you're starting to see the clearing behind you. You, rushing forward, hear a sound beside you but see nothing. Alex, you are up, Rowan on deck.
All right. I don't want to use my bonus action for this yet, but since Rowan ran by and told me that there was someone in the trees there, do I see anything? Like just by quickly looking over in that direction?
Roll a perception check. We'll say this takes your bonus action.
Oh, no, I didn't want to use my bonus action for that. It was just kind of like a quick head turn.
Quick glance, you see literally nothing.
Nothing. Okay. All right. Okay. Then hearing Beacon come up behind us, I will yell out to him, "Look out on your right! Good job, Rowan." And I will begin to move forward towards this little patchy area here for a little bit of cover. And as I begin to move, his feet kind of like skid a little bit across the ground, kind of lifting upwards just a little bit, as I'm going to use my bonus action to activate my innate sorcery.
All right.
And the orbs that are usually clasped on to the belt begin to float and begin to orbit. And I am going to run this way. And which one did Rykard hit with the Eldritch Blast?
The one over here who has about half-ish cover.
Okay, who has halfish cover there?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. That's fine. Then as my action, sorry. Yeah. Okay. With my action, I will send out fiery kind of burst from my hands. I'm going to cast Sorceress Burst towards this guy over here.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it will be fire, and I also have advantage because I activated my innate sorcery.
Okay.
Does a 14 or a 12 hit? Probably not.
No, neither of them hit.
No. All right.
As like I suppose like a wreath of flame sort of like launches itself towards him. Again, this individual like a quick spin and flares out the cloak, almost like defensively, covering themselves with the cloak before standing back up once more.
All right. Then where was I? Okay, so I'm just gonna make a little bit of room for Rowan here, and I'm gonna kind of crouch down just a little bit in the foliage here.
Alrighty, as you attempt to sort of like crouch down in the foliage, hopefully getting some cover. Rowan, it is your turn back at the top of initiative here.
Okay, a lot going on. Rowan will quickly kind of seeing the how did you describe the Shield of Faith looking again?
Like a sun, little sun symbol.
Ooh, okay. Kind of, yeah, as he sees that appear around him, he'll quickly look around and then shoot his head back, seeing Beacon come up from behind. Thank you.
No problems.
And then he'll follow after Alex, kind of I don't know what square is the best one to be in, but kind of trying to get cover behind this. He'll move 15 feet and kind of slump down next to him. Doesn't feel like a very good job. And he'll grab onto the arrow that's kind of lodged into his arm, and he'll rip it out, and then using his action, he'll kind of gently extend a hand towards the barrier of kind of radiant sun energy that's encircling him. And kind of as his fingertips touch the edge of it, this radiant energy will start to pull down his hand and then kind of wrap around his arm and begin to cover his body as I'll cast Cure Wounds on myself.
Right.
Oh boy. You're joking. Okay. You know what? Every little bit counts. Every little bit counts. 9 healing. My action. Bonus action. Do I want to drink that? Did we all got potions of healing, right? That's not just me. Everyone got one.
Everybody got one.
Yeah, everyone got one.
I
Oh.
may, yeah, in our like kits from the thingy. Okay.
In your trunks back when you were in those barracks.
Oh shit.
I'm not looking great. I may drink mine, TBH, just to
Go
be
for
safe.
it.
Yeah. So I think
Yeah.
kind of as some of his wounds begin to at least seal up so they're not actively bleeding more. He still looks pretty bloodied. I'll reach into my bag and use my bonus action to uncork and quickly slam a potion of healing. Another 8. Okay, that's a little better. And then yeah, I'll just although I know there's people behind us that I might not be getting cover from unless I'm fully inside it. I don't know how this works. I'll just post up here. That's my turn.
All right. Okay. Back at this man's turn. Now, sort of seeing Rykard pop out of nowhere, he sort of is going to move forward. 5. He's going to move there, and he's sort of going to like take a pot shot towards Rykard this time. Rykard, what's your armor class?
14.
Okay. He's going to use his bonus action to aim, which gives him advantage on his next attack roll. And then he's going to take his 2 attacks against you. So the first one's at advantage, and the next one is not. Okay. So the 9, I'm assuming, does not hit.
Does not hit.
And the 16?
You get to roll again. See if you. All right, it's your first one, right?
Yeah, it's my first one. So
Okay.
both of the
Yeah.
9s, like, they don't hit.
The arrow catches flame before he even gets to shoot it. Second one hits.
All right, as the first one sort of like lights a flame as it sort of like is in his hand, he immediately sort of tosses the cinders aside, and as he pulls back on the bow, launching the arrow towards you, it careens towards you, and it sort of like crashes, sort of like almost pins you in the foot, almost as if they're trying to like pin you in place, Rykard. You take, because it was with advantage, there's extra damage. Or wait, no, this one wasn't with advantage. It was the one before was with advantage, so it's just flat damage. 6 points of piercing damage to you, Rykard.
Okay.
All right. After he sort of fires off the shot, immediately another volley comes from the archer up here, who's going to move forward 5 feet and is going to attack you as well, Rykard.
Go for it.
That's another 16 as the arrow sort of like takes a wide arc. It comes like raining down from up above, sort of directly towards one of your shoulders. And you'll take from this one 10 points of piercing damage.
Yeah.
They're then going to back
I don't have
up
any cover
again.
from that guy, right?
No.
Okay.
As they sort of back up, trying to like hide back again in the bushes. Rykard, you are now up.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Eldritch blasting guy in front of me. The first one that shot me.
Go ahead and roll to hit.
Where is it? There it is. 24.
24 definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
15.
All right, they're going to use their uncanny dodge again. As you send this bolt flying towards them, what does it look like?
It is a dull orange color, almost like a sun-kissed color. Sort of this, it starts out as like a blast, but the speed of it makes it sort of change into like a needle type shape, as it gets stretched because of the speed. Yeah, it just hits him dead center mass.
All right, as it sort of like slams directly in, there's like a second where the breath that he breathes is almost like hollow, like when you're completely winded and trying to drag breaths back into your full body. But you can see that he sort of almost like flexes and steadies himself, almost as though he was like preparing for the blast a little bit, and takes a little less damage maybe than you anticipated there, Rykard. You can tell that his attention is sort of like split between you very specifically now and your compatriots. All right, on 14.
I'm gonna.
Yep.
I was
anything else on your turn?
Yeah, I wanted to move behind this cover of these plants over here. I don't know how much I have to tuck into to get cover.
You have to be like fully in the plants.
Like here?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll try and get fully in the plants, and then I'm gonna use my bonus action to heal myself with healing hands.
Healing hands. All right.
Alrighty. 2d4. Yeah, just 2d4. 2 HP. Nice.
As you sort of
Better than
tuck,
nothing.
yeah, anything's better than nothing. As you tuck back into those plants, anything for Rufus this time.
Familiars in combat, it takes an action, I think, to command them. Unless you have a certain thing. They can't attack on their own, can they?
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, yours might be different because it's your pact familiar. It's not like the 5 familiar spells, so you may have to look at that feature and see.
I'm almost positive. I'm gonna say no because I'm almost positive there's a Eldritch Invocation for you to use your bonus action for them to attack.
That makes sense.
All right.
So Rufus is good where he is.
Okay. All right. In that case, before your turn begin, Rowan, you hear a rustling behind you for a moment, and suddenly, almost out of nowhere, a dagger seems to sink towards you, out of the darkness, just barely cutting through. The figure who had been poised up in that branch ahead of you suddenly seems to appear out of nowhere behind you, attempting to sink a blade directly into your back. What is your, I believe, attacks made invisible are an advantage.
My AC, thanks to our lovely paladin, is 18.
18. Okay. All right. This is a +4 to the roll.
God dang it.
Oh, that one was a mistake. That one
No,
was
yeah,
not right.
no. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
okay.
right.
You could...
Oh my god.
What?
Oh,
It won't let me
What's
okay, I see.
put a plus. It won't let me put a plus.
Ravon's back.
Oh, say okay.
No.
No.
Okay.
This is so
And then it's at
upsetting.
advantage. So. Okay, 23 to hit.
What the heck?
Yeah, you could say that'll would we hit.
You can. What do you say that hit? So you see this like gnarled, like long black stiletto with like etchings into it, sort of seems to come out of nowhere and moves to strike towards you. As it does, you feel the blade sort of sink deep into your side, and as you take slashing and necrotic damage, you take 3 points, or sorry, not of slashing, of piercing damage, and you take an additional 1d6. Oh, that didn't work either.
Oops, no, I
1d6
guess there's
in
no
necrotic.
damage.
No damage.
Oh.
Bleh. You take
Bleh.
6 points of damage total, Rowan.
Thank you, thank you. Ow.
right. As the blade sort of sinks into you, coming out of nowhere, let me add this person to our initiative count. They are at initiative 10. All right. After their turn, they sink their blade into you, Rowan. It is now Beacon's turn. Beacon, you are 20 feet off the map right now.
Okay, cool. There's some. Alex said that to check on my right. If I look there, do I see anyone or anything?
No. But looking up
Okay.
ahead, you see someone appear out of nowhere stabbing Rowan.
Okay, cool. Well, I'll deal with that instead then. All right, so I'm 20 feet off the map. So I guess I'm using my movement in my the other thing I got, my action again to dash, right?
Well, you're 20 feet off the map, so if you just use your 30 feet of movement, you'll have 10 feet of movement left. Anything
Okay,
past
cool.
that, that'll be up to you.
All right, sick. So let me. Okay, so 20 feet, and then 10. I'm gonna use the rest of my movement to get here, and then this guy, I am going to. It's kind of far away. Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to use Ray of Frost on this guy. I'm seeing him attacking my friend.
All right. Go ahead. Is it a roll to hit, or is it roll on their part?
Roll to hit.
All right, go ahead and roll to
I
hit.
should roll. Let's go.
That definitely hits.
Woo!
Okay. Yeah, so, yeah, this, the beacon approaches, and from his hands, like, it almost looks like frost kind of forms where his, armor is, and then he's going to, unleash, like, this ray of cold energy, and that hits this assassin guy in the back.
All right. As like a bloom of cold crosses and crests over their back, you see that they sort of flinch, shock. They're still standing, but quite a bit of pain. All right. Anything else on your turn?
I don't. I'm too far away from Rowan to do that. So I'm just going to say, "Hey, leave my friends alone," and just take out my axe, and that's it.
All right. As you pick up your axe, Alex, it is now your turn.
All right. Okay. Let me just double check where I am. Okay. All right. All right. For a moment, I will step out from this foliage, taking a look at the guy that seems to be in charge of this place. And I'll say, it seems like you are quite good at sneaking around in the shadows. So let's make sure that you stay in place. And he's going to reach a hand out towards this closest assassin figure here.
Mhm.
And some of the shadows that were wrapping around this individual are going to begin to drift towards him. And it's almost going to cover his body completely, like eclipsing him. And the kind of glow that naturally comes off of him is going to glow a little bit brighter as I'm going to heighten this spell. And he's going to kind of raise an arm up in the air and like give it a twist. And as he does, these rocks begin to fall down from the sky towards this individual here and begin to form the shape of a massive hand, and it's going to try to slam him down into the ground. I'm casting Maximilian's Earth and Grasp. heightened spell, so that means he has disadvantage on this save and anything else against this spell. He needs to make a strength saving throw.
All right, a strength saving throw. Let's see.
At disadvantage.
At disadvantage. Okay, well, it's a flat roll for him here, so just 2 straight up flat rolls.
That is going to
13.
fail. So the hand is going to come slamming down, pinning him on the ground. He is going to, and I've never cast a spell before, so I'm going to just display it here.
Mm-hmm.
He is going to take 2d6 bludgeoning damage, and he is going to be restrained.
Sorry, was it against the assassin here?
No, it was against this guy up here.
Oh, okay.
Would that change anything?
No, it wouldn't have. I thought that maybe because you had said something about the shadows that you meant this guy, and I was like, wait.
Just because that one was it had shadows. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So yeah. So that guy he is now restrained. He can use an action if he wants to try and break out, but it will be a strength check against my spell save DC at disadvantage, and then. Yeah, because it's advantage throughout the whole time I'm concentrating on this.
All right.
All right, and then as my bonus action, I'll then kind of turn around to this shadowy assassin here, and I'll say he said to leave us alone, and I will use my telekinetic shove ability to try and shove him 5 feet away from Rowan back here. So he also needs to make a strength saving throw.
All right, a strength saving throw. And that's also a flat roll. Nice.
Nice.
Okay. 13.
And that's another failure. So this telekinetic burst of energy kind of goes past your shoulder, Rowan, and slams into the chest of this one here, pushing it 5 feet away from you.
All right, as it gets shoved back, you see the assassin-like figure seems to stumble ever so slightly, but there's still resolve and anger through the pain in the eye.
All right, and I am going to use my movement to go and hide into this foliage here.
All right, as you rush over in that direction, back at the top of initiative, Rowan, you are up.
Oh god. Okay. Kind of reeling from having just been stabbed when he feels that gust of telekinetic energy push his assailant back. He'll look up to Alex and kind of shoot him a look of thanks, and he gonna try to move. He's getting lit up, kind of looking over and having seen Ricard get shot a couple times. As he pushes away from these kind of, bushes and trees, he'll reach out and he'll collect just a handful of bark in his hand as he runs forward. And I'll walk up to Ricard and turn around, and he'll kind of push him a little bit, and he'll kind of grab the collar of his shirt, pull it down a little bit to expose the nape of his neck, and he'll place the handful of bark against his skin. And he'll super gay, and turn around,
my socks on,
fade
it's
to
fine.
black. Yeah, no, and kind of as he places it there, he'll close his eyes, and this green energy will start to, these tendrils and of weave and magic will start to spread from his hand, kind of wrapping around Ricard's form a little bit. Drawn from the spark from within, protect him now with bark-like skin. And at second level, I will cast Bark Skin. The handful of bark that I place against his neck seems to just suffuse with his skin, and this kind of like cracked, almost like molten-looking bark-like, I don't know, I guess, transmutation to his skin begins to spread from there and kind of cover him in that appearance. And your AC is 17.
Nice.
Okay, that was my second level slot. And all of my movement, which is super sick. I don't think I can really do anything with my bonus action. Yeah, nothing I can really do with my bonus action since I casted that, so I will After having cast that spell, I'll just turn and kind of face the bitch that just stabbed me, and be ready.
All right, turning your attention towards them. All right, it is now this individual here's turn. He's going to attempt to break free from the earthen grasp that holds him in place. So it's a disadvantage.
Yeah, strength with disadvantage.
A 2, so he stays held in place. He's
And
going to sort of looking around him with like a bit of like not a panicked look. You hear him make almost like this whistling sound, and he yells out like a series of words that sound almost nonsensical to the rest of you. Just a combination of random words. All right. So it failed to save, so I believe he takes 2d6, right? Or is that just on the
no,
initial
I was
one?
just looking at that. I think it was the initial one, and then I have to use my action to crush, like if I wanted to cause the damage again.
All right. In that case, he'll stay there. All right. At the end of his turn, this other archer, again, going to move forward here, rushes forward, sort of seeing Beacon starting to run forward here. A little harder to see all the rest of you, with most of you getting some cover here. Going to aim straight at Beacon. They're going to use their bonus action to aim to give themselves advantage on their attack roll, and then they are going to roll to try to hit you here, Beacon. So they have advantage, so roll again. 16 to hit.
Does not hit.
All right, you hear like the ting as like the arrow goes flying and sort of lands against one of your shoulder pauldrons and sort of bounces almost completely harmlessly off of you. They're then just going to back up one step. All right, Rykard, you are up.
Okay. You see that bark go across his body, and there's an extra determined look to scale this mountain, and you see him begin to run up the wall vertically, and he will cast Spider Climb on himself. So how tall is this wall?
It is 10 feet high.
Okay. I'll crawl that 10, so 10, 15, 20, and then going up this wall in front of him. How tall is it?
That one's another 10.
Okay. So he'll be able to get just to the top. And the whole way there, he is chugging a potion. So that's 2d4 plus 2.
Mhm.
6. I shall take it. So there's action, movement, bonus action. All right, that's it.
All right. Okay. Nothing for Rufus, I'm assuming, because you didn't command him.
I'm gonna have. I think they can move on their own. They just can't like attack.
All right.
I have to look this up after this battle. I'm gonna have him appear right here. Not invisible anymore.
All right, as he reappears like a puffball beside this person, you see that they sort of like almost as a reaction, like start to reach for their short sword. Okay. Is now this assassin's turn. They are going to use their bonus action to chug a potion. Okay, 10 points of healing to them. And then they're going to use their movement. They're sort of going to they're going to run straight at Rowan. And Rowan, they're going to attempt to stab you here.
Why are they so obsessed with me?
Actually, they're not going to attempt to stab you. So reaching a hand out towards you, they yell out a word in common that sort of seems to echo and bounce around your brain. They're going to yell, grovel! Go ahead and roll a wisdom save.
Okay. I do have pretty good wisdom. I do have pretty good wisdom.
Mhm.
But I'm really scared of these guys now. Okay, I think I will, as a reaction, very quickly seeing them charge at him and cast some spell, I'll use my reaction. I will expend a use of Wild Shape to get 2 charges of my spell weaving, and I will use Weave of Fate. So he'll kind of just throw his hands up quickly, like almost like he's trying to shield himself, and these kind of like this circular pattern of like threads begins to almost like buffet the spell back as a shield, trying to resist it a little bit. So it will be, I think they roll a save.
Mhm.
I can't remember how because I didn't change it in the thing, but I sent it to you. Hold on. Yes. Yeah, they roll a save for whether or not they can resist the weave, and then if they don't resist, then it takes effect. So it's a DC 15 wisdom save for them.
DC 15. Okay, we'll see. DC 15. You said wisdom?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
A 6.
So then I reduce their save DC on that spell by 1d4. So by 4. So reduces the DC by 4.
All right.
Oh, but I rolled pretty high anyway. Okay. You never know. 18.
All right, so you resist the spell. All right, so now they've ran at you, and you can see, like, for a moment, there's, like, a cocky confidence, and then a sudden, like, warble passes through the weave, and you can see that they seem to, like, see it. And then there's a panic in their eyes as they realize that they've very closely approached you. All right, Beacon, you are up with Alex on deck.
Ugh, great. Okay. My plans have changed, so I'm going to spend. I can only get that far, huh? Okay. Yeah, 30 feet over here. What am I doing? I'm sorry. What am I doing? I guess I was gonna throw a javelin at this guy. I don't
Which
know what
guy?
else to do. This guy is attacking Rowan.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw a javelin at him. Wait, that's not how I throw it. There we go. Dang it.
All right,
That's a 10.
with a 10, that does not hit.
Unfortunate. Well, throw it kind of misses him. And he's gonna say, I said stay away. Yeah, I don't really have any bonus actions that could help right now, so that's it. That's it for me.
All right, Alex, you're you're up with Rowan on deck.
All right. How hurt does this guy look here?
Would you like to use the bonus action to study?
Ooh. No, I can't just see. Huh?
Mm-mm.
I did want to use my bonus action to study, but I want to study something else. All right. Okay. Okay. I think in that case then, what Alex is going to do is hearing him call out. He's just going to hear like this like piercing voice in his mind, just saying, "Be quiet," and he's going to cast a Mind Sliver on him.
All
So
right.
you can make an Intelligence saving throw.
Intelligence. You're running the gambit here, hey?
Yeah.
All the different saving
All
throws,
of 'em.
15.
Just fails because my spell save DC increases by 1 with innate sorcery. Fun fact.
Okay.
So he is going to
Ooh.
take. Okay, good. I didn't want to hurt him too badly. 1 point of psychic damage, and he is also going to have D4, 1d4 subtracted from his next saving throw.
All right.
And then as my bonus action, hearing him begin to like call out, I'm going to kind of like glance up and look around. Do I see anything change when he does that?
Go ahead and roll a perception check.
Ooh, 8.
Not that you can tell.
All right.
You can hear that there's like noises of animals from the forest. That's no different than it was a moment before. You can hear the rustling of attacks happening in nearby bushes as you assume that your friends continue to fight on.
And I'm just going to continue to keep hidden here.
All right. Okay, Rowan, you are up with the man here on deck.
Okay. Are there any sources of fire anywhere around here right now?
Not that you can see, no.
Not that I can see. Okay. Okay, that's fine. That was just a silly flavor. Okay, so I think Rowan has been trying to not be super direct, trying to help Ricard, trying to, not engage with them, but this one in particular, this person, I don't know, man or woman, is harassing me. So I think we gotta fight back. So kind of just barely resisting that spell, looking around for just kind of errant beams of sunlight. He'll reach out towards one, and this tendril of red magic, this red weave of energy will start to spread from that beam of light and grow towards his hand. And at second level, he will say, "Forged from fire, not metal made, I summon forth a burning blade." And I'll cast Flame Blade as my bonus action. As this long, fiery scimitar springs to life in his hands. And then with my action, I am going to stab this person. Hopefully.
All right, go ahead and roll.
19?
A 19 does in fact hit.
And you know what? I realized before I needed to expend it, but I used my other feature, so I'll expend it now just for maybe natural 20. My silvery barbs for advantage. Okay, 21 still hits. I just forgot. I forget that it's supposed to apply to the next roll regardless of what you want, so I never do that. But okay, that hits. So it's 3d6 plus 5. I don't know if it adds the 5. It does not. So 18 fire damage.
All right, are you attempting to kill this person?
You know what? I mean, listen, Rowan doesn't know what y'all are thinking. I just got stabbed and shot multiple times. I think, not intending to be malicious, I think he stabs them in the gut. I think if they die, they die type shit. I think he's fighting for his life, and they're trying to kill him, presumably.
All right, this person, as they fall down, you sort of sink your blade into them. You hear like, as like just an expel of like an exhale comes out. They sort of slump onto your shoulders, and Rowan, you feel the blade in their right hand that they had stabbed you with. It falls down to the ground, and it lets out a small clatter as it bumps into some rocks on the jungle floor. And they slump down onto you, grabbing onto your cloak as they then slide down onto the ground. You see that they're wheezing out a few breaths, but they seem to be dying in front of you and partially in your arms.
Rowan kind of grimaces as the partial reality of what's going on kind of sets in. Pulls his blade back. Looks like he struggles to find words, but then just kind of has to look away. He'll look around to his allies. And again, yeah, bonus action. There's not really a lot I can do. So I think, I don't know. Not really wanting to be faced with that, he'll just go and try to help Alex. Oh wait, so how does climbing up this blue thing work? You said it's half speed once you hit it?
Half speed, yeah.
Okay, so I would not reach it. And that, well, I guess I could get up here. So it's 20 feet for me to get here. So how far can I get up? Like, I don't know which.
What's your movement?
I have 10 feet of movement left. Like, can I?
So you would get halfway up the wall.
Oh.
You get halfway up, and you would be like basically holding on to it.
That doesn't sound really good. Is this like a little cove? Would I have any cover from this guy tucked in here?
You would have, I would say, half from him there.
Okay, he'll just do that then. He'll rush forward and kind of put his back flush to the wall, still holding onto that fiery scimitar, and I don't know. I guess looking back at the person that he potentially killed. That's my turn.
Yeah, as you sort of see that person like slumped over, you hear like from far up on like the levels of the rock, you hear somebody yell out, "Sita, no!" All right. At the end of your turn, it is now this person's turn. He's going to attempt to break from the grapple or / restrain still. He has a minus D4 to his roll.
And
now,
disadvantage
Sam,
still.
yes, I was going to ask, does it apply to the first roll, or does it apply
No,
just to
all
both?
of them now? All of them now have heightened spell.
Alrighty. Okay. Alright, so that'll be the 17, or the 11 rather, minus...
I mean, that's not gonna succeed, but you can still roll
Yeah.
it just for fun. Ooh, nice one.
Alright. Okay, so that's his action. He's sort of like, with pain ringing through his head, he calls something out again in that strange, almost gibberish, out to the space in the clearing. Distantly, Rykard, you think you hear some moving somewhere around you. All right, at the end of his turn, this individual is going to start to run. They're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4 over this way. Rufus, I guess, gets an attack of opportunity. I don't
Believe
really
so, yeah.
understand how it'll work for a familiar there.
Yeah. It says they don't get attacks, but it didn't say anything about reactions. So
Well, like, it's still like an attack of opportunity, right? So I think unless otherwise specified.
Like
Yeah, I
if
don't
you,
know.
If you commanded them to be ready to take an attack of opportunity on their
Then
turn,
I would be able to, but yeah.
So no attack of opportunity.
Yeah, I would say
Wow.
actually no. All right, this person like runs over here, and then there's like a little rustling, and then they seem to vanish entirely from sight.
Okay.
All right, Rykard, you are up with Rufus on deck.
I'm chasing after them. There was the wrestling, and then they just disappeared from sight, like magically, or like they're just behind brush and stuff.
Would you like to use your bonus action to try to figure it?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and roll either or Actually, go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Does me getting closer have any effect on that?
I would say no, because they were still like 10 feet up above you, and they just like ran along the ledge there, and then seemed to vanish from sight.
Okay. So investigation, correct?
Yes.
4.
All right. Looking out, you're not entirely sure how they vanished or even where they vanished to. It could be invisibility, or it could be that they found, like they like hopped into some bushes, or maybe they started climbing the wall and you just couldn't see.
Okay. I think no matter what, he'd still be heading that direction, so I'll do my 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 30 feet of movement. I'm assuming I still don't see him. But
No, you do not see them. However, as you're rushing forward, you suddenly feel your foot hit something, and I'd like a dexterity save to see if you trip.
okay. Dex save, where are you? There you are.
Is it a big boom?
22.
22. All right, Rykard. Rushing forward, you do not trip. However, you feel your foot clip onto what feels to be a long length of string. You feel the pressure and the tug of it under your foot, and as you pull upon it, you quickly sort of like realize what's about to happen. You quickly stop yourself. Directly in front of you, you feel that as you trigger this tripwire, a large sort of flap or like hidden foxhole, not foxhole, that's not the right word, a hidden drop appears in the ground ahead of you. As you see right here, a pit opens up in front of you. Sorry, it's supposed to be 10.
Okay.
You stop yourself from falling directly down into it, but you see a pit trap open up ahead of you. You see that there appears to be a drop directly ahead of you, and there are spikes at the bottom of it.
Okay. Am I able to go around it, like in this direction?
Yes, there is. Yeah, you can go over that way if you want to.
Okay. I will use my action to do that.
All
I
right.
think that's as far as I can go.
Alrighty. Anything for Rufus?
He'll go invisible and he will fly over with me. I think he has. Let me hold a stat block. Fly speed of 40, so he will go. Right there.
Alrighty. As he begins to fly off in that direction, this individual down here, crumpled over on the ground, sort of takes one last heaving breath, sort of looking in the direction Rowan was in, seems to try to drag themselves that way for a second, and then fully collapses, taking their final breath as they die.
Oh god.
All right. Beacon, you see the body of the person sort of reaching out towards the direction of Rowan, crumpled over on the ground. You see that up here there seems to be somebody held in Alex's summoned earthen grasp. Rykard is running around overhead. You heard like a large noise. Aside from that, there doesn't really seem to be anybody that you can see that appears to be a threat.
Dang. Yeah, Beacon's going to see this person like take their final breath, and kind of looks kind of shocked for a moment. But just like takes a breath and says, there doesn't have to be any more bloodshed today. Just surrender. We can talk this out. This doesn't have to continue being a fight. Yeah, just to anyone who can still hear. Yeah, I don't know what else to do. So.
All right, as you sort of yell that out, you hear the response from the person who's like being held in the magical grasp that Alexios has. He sort of yells out, "Your friend here attacked us first. I told you to turn back and go away. You will never come into our mountain. Rock's Edge will always be ours." Do you reply in any way, Beacon?
Yeah, sorry. Got distracted by. Sorry, I got distracted. Like, we don't want to take anything from you. All we're here is to look for. The reason we're here is because we're looking for our friend. I think that you kidnapped her.
The man sort of like in the like large earthen grasp sort of like seems to stare out towards you, Beacon, although it's hard to say exactly where he's looking just based on the cover that you have. And he sort of just like seems to shake his head but doesn't say anything. All right, Alex, you are up. Unless there's anything else you want to do on your turn, Beacon.
I don't know, that's it.
All right, Alex, you're up. Rowan on deck.
Alex will. How much movement does it take to climb this thing again?
It's half movement and it's 10 feet up, so it'll take you 20 feet to climb it.
Okay, 20 feet to get like up here.
Yeah,
20 feet to get like here.
it'd be 20 feet to climb the wall, and then it'd be like to move to like the top of the that lip there, like basically to like fully get in this square, like another 5.
Okay, I'll do that then.
All right, so that'll take you 25 or 30 to get to the one that you're standing on.
All right. Okay. So I'll stand up, climb up onto this wall where this man is being held in the earthen grasp, and I'll make the hand turn a little bit so that way he's kind of facing towards us and not, like, I guess, like underneath the fingers here. I think we can be reasonable about this. Now, I don't think any of my friends here want to hurt you. All we want is to get our friend back. Now we see that you also have a beast captured up there. What do you know about the people and animals that are being captured around here?
Go ahead and roll an intimidation check.
Ooh, 11.
You see the figure sort of stares at you defiantly and says, "These paltry tricks that you attempt to use on me will not shake me. I answer to a force far more powerful than you."
That seems to be really helping you out right now, doesn't it?
You think that there's almost like a smirk or like some sort of almost admiration at your gall from underneath the bandana, but it's hard to say.
Alright, or you can just stay here until you intend to talk.
I'll be standing here a very long time. How long does a spell like this last? Sort of looks over the hand, no longer sort of like fighting against it.
Let's find out.
I'm a very patient man. I think you'll
Looking
come
for
to
that guy.
find. All right, this has been more than 6 seconds. So, as Alex and him
Exactly, yeah.
talk,
We're good.
Rowan, what are you up to?
I guess listening to that, Rowan's kind of, his eyes are trained on, you know, this person that fought him, and he retaliated against, watching them take their last breath as he hears Alex kind of interrogating this man who doesn't seem to be very receptive to wanting, even in the face of losing an ally, wanting to relent. I'm conflicted. I think Rowan is conflicted. I'm feeling a sea of emotions, but I don't know, we can't stop. So he'll first just move. So how much is it to get right up here? 10?
So you're trying to climb up, and then you're trying to go up another 5, so that'll be 25.
To get here?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So he'll climb up here. And just at a glance, I don't see any other enemies up here, right? If I just look around quickly.
You do not see any other enemies.
If Rowan has his sword raised and he steps forward and approaches this man, does Alex react in any way?
Alex just kind of like gives you like a little bit of a look and just like kind of like a brief like shake of the head, and then you see him kind of glance towards Beacon too. Before turning his attention back to you, but he doesn't try to like physically stop you or say anything.
Okay, you know what, Rowan, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He'll kind of still holding that sword. He'll point it to the man, kind of placing it against his chest, in between the fingers of the earthen grasp. You took our friend, and what you're doing with those animals is horrific. I didn't want to kill your friend, and I don't want to kill you, but I won't hesitate if you don't listen to us.
Roll an intimidation check.
his voice is shaking. He's doesn't sound sure of the words that he's saying, but you know, his hand's probably even trembling still kind of as he pulls the blade there, but regardless, he will hold his action to attack if he attacks. Or, yeah, I guess if he attacks any of Rowan or his allies.
Mhm. On his turn, sort of like peeking over his shoulder ever so slightly towards you, he watches like the trembling of your blade and sort of like glances almost not haphazardly, but down towards like off the ledge of the cliff towards the body and looks back towards you, Rowan, and says, "Your first kill, clearly." And then he sort of looks towards Alex. "And here I took you all for experienced hunters." He seems to finally like look over you fully. "Grey clothes. You're not hollow at all.
It's
Initiates.
embarrassing for you.
Curious that you find yourself this way far up on the island. Did they send you to die?
We told you why we're here. You took our friend.
I have taken no one. I am many things, but a kidnapper I am not.
We saw her. We know that you or your people have her. She's a fairy. She's got wings and pincers, and she can turn into an animal. You don't lie.
Alex and Rowan, what is your passive insight?
15.
17.
All right, we'll come back to this in just a second. Rykard, you are presently looking around, trying to find the person that was just over there, correct?
Yes, I'm still pursuing them.
All right, as you sort of round the corner here, you don't see a person. I would like you to roll an investigation check. I'll give you this one for...
Okay. 20.
20, okay. What you see is that behind this pit trap, there appears to be a wall covered, a wall of stone that is covered in vines and plants, and behind like a series of ferns and other foliage. You see carved into the wall several symbols. You see a symbol of an owl, a bear, a wolf, and a rabbit. An owl, a bear, a wolf, and a rabbit. You do not see the person, but you do see that.
That person never received any damage, right?
I do not believe that they did, no.
Okay. I guess giving up on pursuing him now at this point. You'll see him walk back over, and he'll just be overlooking what's going on over here. I guess at this point, if we're, I'm trying to figure out what to do next. How does this person look? How damaged did it look?
For the sake of this, keep you an initiative for study action, which is a medicine, to see how he's doing.
All right, I'll do that. That one, whatever.
There's a lot of earth.
You
in the
have
way.
no idea. He seems to be holding like a full conversation with Alex and Rowan without seemingly hesitating or being afraid. You still have your action if you'd like to use it.
Are you muted?
Yeah, I'm reading Phantasmal Force. Yeah.
You're casting Phantasmal Force on him, is that what you said?
I'm reading its description. This thing is super long.
Yeah.
From my understanding, it sounds like it. If you create something that does attack the target, it does damage. But if you don't, it's just like a illusion.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's sort of like if you create like an illusion of something that would hurt them, they take I think the most recent damage type or psychic. Yeah, and then
Oh, which
otherwise
would make
it's just something
sense,
that
I
scares
think,
the shit out
for
of them.
the illusion. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll get creative here. I'm gonna have Rykard cast Phantasmal Force over here, and what this individual sees as he's walking over is Rykard throwing his buddy that ran off over here, bloody and full of fear. And Rykard's going to put a foot over his chest. He'll take a step forward and have a blast trained at his head. They'll say, "Tell us what you know, or I'll do to him what I'm going to do to you."
Okay. All right. Roll an intimidation check at Wait, what? Phantasmal Force has a Wisdom save associated with it, right?
I think it's intelligence. Let me look
Intelligence.
again.
Okay.
Yeah, it's buried in there. Oh my god. Wall of text. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Control F. Intelligence save.
Intelligence. All right.
That fails.
All right.
And do I
So-
also have to make a intimidation check?
Yes. Roll intimidation at advantage.
Okay. $18.
Let's go.
All right. You see that as he sees you do that, there's like a slight bit of shock in the eyes for just a second. I'm gonna pull us out of initiative here. Rykard and Alexios and Rowan. Looking over him, you can see that there's very little fear in his eyes. Or until Rykard pulls that move. But you can tell that when he said that he was no kidnapper, you can tell that there is like almost like a point of pride in that very specific statement that he is no kidnapper.
It wasn't you. You know who it was.
You see the sort of sharp, golden, almost cat-like eyes of this figure, and the sort of glimmer or sliver of bluish-tinged skin. They sort of look back towards Alex, between looking towards you and Alex, and then glancing towards Rykard and the illusion of their sort of ally in peril. The eyes sort of like drift back towards you, Alex, and he sort of seems to almost like slump ever so slightly within the earthen grasp spell. He says, "If I tell you what I know, you will let myself and my compatriots go."
Well, I cannot promise you that. That depends on what you tell us. Do you think I would let you go with what you are about
Then
to
I
say?
will tell you nothing.
You're gonna tell us what you know, or else I'm gonna start taking fingers.
Roll another intimidation.
Oh god, 9.
So sad. I'm gonna start making my way up here.
Beacon, as a redemption paladin, how do you feel about the fact that they are threatening someone with death?
Yeah, not great. That's what I meant. They like, we will not kill you and your and your companions if you tell us what you know. I can assure you that no harm will come to you. As I reach up here, I kind of like look towards Rykard.
Good cop, bad cop, I see.
There doesn't need to be more bloodshed today.
Roll a persuasion check at disadvantage.
Okay.
Your
Fair
friends have
enough,
just been
fair
threatening to
enough.
kill someone and kill him, and then you come in, and even though, you know,
Oh, this is so sad. Okay, 14.
he lets out like a deep sigh and says, "Threats and promises, what am I to believe?"
He's right. We would not want to kill you, but we might have to bring you back to the lodge, or otherwise keep you detained for someone else. A proper hollow.
You'll be hard-pressed to find any of them around.
Why?
They always flee when the land changes. Except for those in the... what's it called? Dead Branch group. They're the only ones foolish enough to try to stay out when the elements take over.
And you aren't?
Well, then we'll just find them. Yeah, why aren't you?
Yeah, why aren't you fleeing?
The profiteers don't flee. We adapt. He sort of nods towards the large mountain, or rather the hill that dips into a cliff.
Take that guy's
You've
mask
learned
off.
certain things. You've learned certain things about this island. Things that not even your order seems to care to know. Or at least, they don't share with one another. It's easy enough to navigate certain areas of this island, as long as you know what to avoid. Anyhow, he sort of looks towards the east. We checked the nearest outpost the day that all things started to change. Got launched up in the air. Really doubt anyone's still there. Although a small group of mine went over. Haven't heard from them though.
Haven't heard from them since the island changed.
Not since they went that way, but that's normal. We regroup all together every 5th day. Hasn't been 5 days.
How do you know where to meet? Here? Or elsewhere?
As I said, some things on this island stay the same.
So in one of these areas that stay the same, we would find the actual kidnappers, so the actual people who took our friend.
He seems to frown at that. I don't know what happened to your friend. But that description sounds similar to something I've heard before.
Go on. What was that?
A few weeks ago, I was moving cargo. Most buyers can be found in Garnhay. I was there. Heard someone looking for someone that matches the description that you just said. That's all.
Who? Why were they looking for her?
I'm not a kidnapper. I have no interest in bounties. I didn't pay close attention. Far more
Yes,
interested in filling my cup. Yeah, go ahead and roll insight.
14.
you don't really know if this person's lying or telling the truth.
So if it wasn't you, then who did you say it was? Do you know where they went?
A number of us were there the day we were in Garnhay. It could have been several people.
Can you give us somewhere that we can start, or someone we can start with?
If I list off names, they'll mean nothing to you.
Let's get them anyway. What's their names?
The ones I remember being there that night are Ezreal, Kesbelis, and Jamal.
And what do we call you?
Why do you care? Want a name
'Cause
to
I'd like
write
to
in the
know.
gravestone?
If you give me a reason, sure.
Pride card.
Rowan, take off his mask. I want to see this guy's face.
Right. No, let's
He'll reach out and
not.
pull it down.
Right.
As you pull down the sort of blackened bandana on the lower half of the face, you see what seemed to be a pale, or almost like skyish blue colored face. You can see that there are a few scars on the face, sort of 3 long scratches, looks to be from some sort of beast or monster, straight down the right cheek that has left like the right side of an otherwise handsome looking face sallow and ragged looking and sunken. You can see that the lower lip appears to have a large scar as well, but it appears to have come from a different instant of violence. Along the person's neck, you can also see that they are riddled with scars and pockmarks. They seem to have survived some form of disease, as well as multiple altercations with beasts of various kinds.
A distinctive face. I'll remember that.
Tell me. Lower the blade for a moment, and he'll reach into his bag, pull out his book, and open it up. What does the symbol mean? Show the symbol that I wrote down from the shell that we saw earlier.
It is a symbol of our guild,
Which is?
Mark of the Profiteers.
You said your guild serves some kind of higher power. What is that?
Higher power or higher clientele.
Who do you work for? You seem quite proud of it.
Anyone and everyone, as long as they pay. I don't typically go around asking for names. It's bad in this type of business.
We still never caught yours. What was it?
None of your business.
Oh, really? You guys hear that? None of our business.
That's a unique name.
It's a funny thing to say.
You say you're not a kidnapper. What are you doing with that animal? We saw other animals being caged up and taken.
He sort of looks over you a little, as best as he can within the grasp of this magical hand. Alex, how long does Maximilian's Earthen Grasp last?
Only a minute, so I imagine it's definitely kind of getting up to that point now. But if I feel it beginning to fade, I'd like to kind of like gesture towards Beacon. Do you think you could tie him up so that way we can keep questioning him about this?
Yes, I can.
He turns his eyes
Thank you.
towards you, Beacon. So much for your conscience.
Listen, I'm gonna kind of crash this. I don't want to do this to you. I don't. If anything, I would love nothing more to let you go on your merry way and do whatever it is that you would like to do. But we need to find our friend. And if you cooperate, we can get through this as quickly as possible, and you never have to see our faces again.
He sort of just looks towards Rykard. I don't believe you. How long does Phantasmal Force last?
Take a look. I can't believe that shit even works. Concentration up to a minute, so we're getting to the same point. I cast it a little bit after Earth and Grasp.
I think the order is
Yeah.
Grasp, then my blade, and then your Phantasmal Force.
Mhm.
Yeah.
At your question, Rowan, he sort of looks towards you and almost gives like a slight nonchalant shrug. I'm a hunter. I hunt and I trap. And I make a profit.
When we let you leave, that one goes free.
If you let me leave.
No, it will be when.
It will be one,
That there will
but
be
it is up to you when.
He sort of looks towards you, Rykard. And again, he says a few words that make no sense. He sort of stares in the direction where you were standing with the illusion and frowns, a little confused.
Rowan will look to Alex and Beacon. Whatever we're doing
Yeah,
here, we should
actually,
wrap it
like-
up.
Yeah. What other questions do we have to ask, actually? Like, thinking about it.
Could ask about the letter that we found. The scroll. I'll pull that out. And I'll kind of like just kind of put it in front of him. Can you make sense of what this says?
No.
Insight check.
Insight check.
Insight check.
Sure, go ahead and roll insight.
You're a liar. Sorry.
Amazing.
Rowan, you have a sense, which is based on the words that he said before, that he can probably understand what this says. But to what extent is the question for Rykard and Beacon? Or sorry, for
Right.
just Beacon.
Right.
He's lying. And poorly, am I right?
Just tell us what this says, and then we'll let you go.
It says nothing of importance to you.
See Rykard groan in the background, and you see him take out a dagger, and he grabs the illusory image by the collar and pulls it up closer to him.
Like,
Get talking.
if it's of no importance to us, so be it. Just tell us what it says.
It'll make no sense to you.
Don't care.
I'll be the judge of that.
Then what words
Go
have you
ahead.
been saying to your friends? Tell us something.
I'm simply speaking the language we all understand, and you would not. Orders, it's all. That piece of paper means literally nothing to you.
Means
You see the
literally what,
flames sort
sorry?
of go off on your blade, Rowan.
Sorry, I meant literally what?
It literally means nothing to you.
I kind of look at Alex. It's like, I think this is all we're going to get out of him.
Take a step back once people are close enough.
Yeah.
I think we should let him. Yeah. I don't know.
If we let you go, and we don't go after your friends, you won't come after us?
He sort of narrows his eyes a little bit at that. If you don't go after my friends.
I don't think we have any reason to. So long as you do let that animal go. That's
And
all
what
we
power
ask.
do I have to let that animal go when I'm tied up here?
When we let you go.
Certainly. When you let me go.
I'm just gonna turn to Lexius. Like whenever you wanna.
Right, red card, take it down.
Alright. And you see him, this it's a human body, supposedly, in quotation marks, but you see him throw it, and in midair, as it's descending down, this body just turns to ashy soot, and it's made very apparent that it was an illusion the entire time.
You don't see too much surprise on his face, just based on how he had spoken to it and it didn't reply. But there is still annoyance clearly visible.
And actually, I'll take the dagger that had the inscription on it as well, kind of seeing if he has any reaction to it as I help Beacon kind of get him out of the ropes.
He does seem to look over it for a second, but aside from doesn't react in a major way.
Do you know what the phrase here means?
He seems to, as he's sort of rubbing the binds at his wrist, he sort of just shrugs. Could mean anything.
Maybe Jamal will know. Or Ezreal. We'll see. You can be on your way now. Drop the bow, though.
Let the animal go, and you'll never see us again.
He sort of begins to walk towards the edge of this slight dip. Are any of you making him actively drop the bow?
I told him to. If he doesn't, we'll see what happens.
You see that he sort of puts it over himself when you drape the string on the front and leave the actual body of the bow on the back. And then he sort of with hands raised turns around to sort of walk backwards towards the edge. And then if none of you stop him, he'll begin to climb back down.
I'll use Mage Hand through my amulet and try and take the bow off of him.
Okay, go ahead and roll to see if you can use Mage Hand.
Alrighty. This is a D20, I believe. Dark Shard
Arcana
Amulet.
check, right?
Yeah.
If you're using your Dark Shard amulet.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. DC 10 Intelligence Arcana check. Okay. Oof, Arcana not good. Ooh,
I need
just
to.
barely.
Ooh, just got it.
11.
All right, as you start to grab at the bow with the mage hand, he just like reaches out and also grabs the bow. A little coming off of him, but he like holds on to it. He looks towards Beacon and says, "You would not leave me unarmed in this forest."
I know you got daggers in there. We're not stupid. Come on now.
It's
Leave
it's
him.
fine.
We're wasting
We're-
time.
Give it here. Come on
Yeah,
now.
Rykard, we're
Let
wasting
him keep
time.
it.
It's
We need
fine.
to be on our way.
Set the animal free. Gather your friend and go.
It's your lucky day that they're here. And I'll shoot daggers into him. My eyes.
As he sort of pulls the bow back down over his body, he climbs down and he moves towards the body that was sort of like on. Flip the body over, and he grabs a blackened dagger off of it, tucks it into his like side pouch, and then begins to walk away into the forest. You notice that he sort of begins to walk in the direction that you yourselves.
He took a dagger off of this person and then left?
Yes.
What did I say?
Wow.
So once he's gone, the animal, I'm assuming, is still tied up.
You don't know where the animal.
Animal got
Oh,
dragged
okay,
off to
cool.
somewhere.
Gotcha. Okay, my bad. I'll just say, like, do you know what the animal is, Rowan?
I thought the last I saw them they were up where Rykard is, but I don't know.
Maybe could we send Rufus to go find the animal?
Yep. Sure. I'm gonna climb back down to where these guys are. And I'll send Rufus forward on that path that I was taking before I turned back.
All right. Where specifically are you moving over?
So there's a pit here, and then there's like a there's like a wall formation you said
Yeah.
with the rabbit and
There's
stuff.
just a wall right here,
Gotcha.
and
How,
there's 4 symbols.
okay. How high does that wall extend?
It extends up about 100 feet. It's part of the like hill/mountain.
Okay, gotcha. So we get kind of like we hit a border of a mountain. We can't really go around it.
Yeah.
We have to go through it, assuming. Okay. Yeah, never mind. I'll just, before I send Rufus, or I'm not gonna send Rufus at all. I'll tell him. Yeah, there's some kind of symbols up ahead. Some animals. I don't know what they mean. Probably something we should
What
have asked
animals?
him, but was kind of preoccupied trying to figure out how to get him to talk.
And understandable.
Yeah. How's everybody feeling? Rowan?
I don't know. Guess we found out some information. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Beacon, are you doing alright?
Yeah, Beacon is kind of quiet for a bit. I'm fine. But can I request something from all of you?
Of course.
We does not kill anyone else again. I know that the situation was dire and it was hectic, but someone didn't need to die today.
I mean, do we even know
Yeah,
that Boone's
so-
alive?
I don't know. No. We're going to keep looking for her.
I didn't mean to kill them. But they were attacking me. They stabbed me. I was getting shot with arrows. I was scared.
It-
Not your fault.
You can't blame me for
That's-
being scared.
It is
And
frightening.
it can be difficult, especially with spells. But I think you have a point, Beacon, that we should always actively try not to, unless it is literally life or death.
Is that your first time?
Aside from a hobby, yeah.
Hmm.
But look, it may have been my first time, and I didn't mean to, and I'm not proud of it, but I'm not sorry. These weren't good people. What they're doing is awful. Whether or not that person that we let go was the one that took Boone, I don't know. I don't want to go around hurting people, but I'm not sorry for fighting for myself.
I understand what you mean. But just because of they're bad people does not mean that they deserve to die. Nothing in this world deserves to die. Is how I see it. No
You
one
really
is
believe that?
beyond. Yes, I do. Anyone at any point can become a better version of themselves. They can't do that if they're gone.
Yeah, you.
And
Yeah. Gets easier with time. Rykard will head down here and head over to the body.
All right, you approach the body.
I'm searching the body. What do they have on them?
All right, looking over the form, the crumpled up, see that they have on them a holy symbol, one that you don't immediately recognize. They have leather armor, and you can see that they have at their side a small token. Appears to be almost like a set of bone dice, but there are numerals on each of the faces.
Okay. I'll call Rowan over. I'll hand him the holy symbol. You recognize that?
Look at it.
Go ahead and roll a religion. 8. Looking over it, you're not entirely sure if it belongs to a specific faith or potentially to a like subsect, or even if it's a cultural symbol. It appears to be a chariot that has somebody riding on it, but part of the symbol is broken off of it.
Just hold on to the holy symbol, but shakes his head. No.
And it looks like we got some dice, something like that. Numbers on them. Do I know what these are?
You have a sense that they could be for playing or perhaps for some sort of divination.
I'll hold on to these.
He just left them here.
Yep. And we let him go. After taking our friend and taking an animal away from its home.
He doesn't have Boone, but I don't know.
Doesn't seem like he knew what Boone was.
He did seem to be telling the truth about that. The animal, he did promise also to let go. And we can also report them back to Brave Hollow. Let them know that they're here. Keep an eye out to make sure that they're not taking anything else.
Where did he even tell us to go? Where do we go now?
I don't think
didn't
Harry.
ask.
Yeah, I don't think he told us. I think we asked, but he didn't say.
Yeah.
But just judging from the note, it was continue to Rock's Edge, right?
Yeah, so
So that
yeah,
mountain
the
up
note
there,
did say that.
or the cliff.
Well,
We should head that way.
And then when we're a bit closer, Rowan, perhaps you could cast that spell if you still have the energy to.
I think I've got just enough for that. Or if we needed to, I've just enough to summon creatures so we could fly, but I can't do both.
The flying might be more important. To actually get up there.
do you
I
want to
think-
rest?
We shouldn't waste time. They could leave.
No, we need to find Boone.
Let's keep going.
Alrighty.
All right.
Can I,
Which way would you like to go?
Can I approach the body?
Yeah. You go over to the body. Are you comfortable with the description?
Yeah.
Looking over it, you see that it appears to be a younger individual. Although, to see anything really more about them, you'd have to remove some of the hoods and cloaks and the sort of pieces that they have that are intentionally sort of obscuring their form. But you can tell that their faith looks mostly unweathered. You have a sense that they're probably around your age. Looking over them, they're wearing leather armor that is blackened, and you can tell that it's heavily worn, probably a hand-me-down from someone else in this order. They don't seem to have any personal belongings on them, aside from what Rykard sort of found. You can tell that probably the only meaningful object that was on them, aside from what was left, was their dagger, which the person who walked away did take from them.
He'll just kind of crouch down, or he'll kneel down, and just set a hand on like the shoulder of the person. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. But no one deserves to be left like this. And he'll stand up and he'll grab onto his holy symbol and cast guidance on himself as he whispers a small prayer to the Scythe Queen. And then, reaching down and grabbing his wand from his boot, these tendrils of white spirit-like energy will kind of swirl from around him and focus into the base of the wand. And I will attempt to use it. D4, hopefully. Okay. channeling through his bewitched wand, I will point down towards where the body is regrettably kind of crumpled up, and I will cast Mold Earth, and he'll try to have the soft soil that's around the body kind of similar to what he did with the Shaker node, kind of pull back and open up a hole, and then fill back over top the body into a small mound.
Right. You see as the earth almost seems to wrap around this individual, almost as though it's wrapping them in a blanket.
And
You can tell that the small action, at the very least, is of importance to you, and you can hope that it'll guide them to perhaps a better fate or afterlife.
he'll kneel down again quickly, and he'll kind of tying it up a little bit, or just bunching up the cord rather. He'll set the holy symbol on top of the grave, and also quickly reaching into his component pouch, he'll pull out a couple seeds. He'll set them into the dirt. Kind of as he waves a hand over the grave, he'll cast a druid graft, and I'll cause these seeds to sprout, kind of lifting up into these small white little snowdrops. Then I'll stand. Right, we can go.
You see Rykard puffing on a cigarette. Seems to have lit it while you were doing all that. That's quite the ritual you did there.
It's not a practiced one. I just don't think that anyone deserves to be left like this. I would hope I'm
Yeah.
never left like that.
I would hope so too. See him kind of slap Rowan on the cheek. You're alright, kid. Let's keep moving.
He'll nod and follow after Rykard.
All right. Where do you wish to go?
I'm gonna try and lead everybody to that wall that I saw the stuff.
All right. You lead everyone over to the wall. You can see that there is a gap of about 10 feet that is between you and the wall caused by that pit trap. There is the smallest ledge on the other side where the actual symbols are on the wall. It's not even like a full foot.
Watch your step. This is where I saw those symbols. Do those mean anything to you guys?
Well, I look at the symbols.
They
Does it
appear
seem
to
like
be s-
like an
They
Oh,
appear to
sorry.
be symbols that represent a few animals. It appears to be an owl, a bear, a wolf, and a rabbit. They are all in profile. You can see heavy detail around the ears and the faces of these different creatures.
And sorry, where is this? Like, is it like carved onto something, or is it a statue?
It is carved onto this wall, like etched into the wall, and partially hidden behind some verdant foliage.
Okay. If I kind of like touch one of them with the mage hands, does anything happen? Is there like any kind of like secret, like I don't know, like an order that you're supposed to push them in? Does any like kind of give way a little bit?
They do not seem to be buttons, and your mage hand just slaps into a solid wall.
Okay. I don't know what these could be.
Are there any mention of these animals in that note that we found?
Looking over the note, there does not appear to be any mention of the.
No.
Bear, rabbit, owl. I'm not too sure what to do with this? Hmm. Yeah, we can't press. They're not buttons, so you can't. It's not
No.
like it's a thing. I mean, I know they're just like pictures, but does there seem to be anything like magical with them, perhaps?
Roll an Arcana check.
Or like, okay, I can do that.
The faces are really detailed.
Yeah, they're all very detailed. So these are etchings or carvings of these animals in profile. You can see that. So there's like details around their ears. There's details around their eyes. You can tell that they're like heavily detailed in that somebody put a lot of work into them. The owl in profile, you can tell that it's sort of feathered, almost haunches. The crest on its sort of skull is like tilted backwards, almost in a predatory manner, like it's listening for something. You can tell that the bear appears like at alert. The wolf appears to have its ears pointed forward, and you can see that the rabbit also stands similarly at attention.
I see. I rolled a unnatural 20.
Looking over them, nothing strikes you as specifically magical in the sense that nothing appears to be tied to a specific magical school. Perhaps the etchings themselves were engraved into the wall magically, but you're not certain that a specific spell would open this or anything to that effect.
Gotcha.
The etchings, like how deeply are they carved in? Are they? Yeah, how deeply are they carved in? Like the eyes
like
and the ears, are they actually holes or?
I mean, like they're set into the wall. Looking over them, you do see what seem to be almost like holes in the ears themselves.
Okay.
Is there anything?
If I wolf at the
Any
wolf, does it do
patterns?
anything?
If you what, Victor?
If I wolf at the wolf, does it do anything?
You hear a woo, and you see it suddenly glows.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Oh. Good thinking, Rykard.
I will minor illusion the sound of a bear.
And what does the bear sound like, Sam?
Rawr.
You see it responds with a similar roar, and you see the bear engraving like seems to fill with light.
Ooh, I'll snap my fingers and summon Freya.
Mhm.
Come on, Freya, give us a. I know you haven't been here, but this is really important. Give us a hoot.
All right, what does her hoot sound like, Chris? You hear a similar reply, and you see that the owl one lights up.
Ethan stares at the rabbit. He just
You like hop.
hops a few times.
You don't sense that hopping is what you need to do.
You know, when rabbits are like eating
sound do
things,
that?
they're like that. It's like that. I can't. The
Okay.
mic isn't picking it up, but it's just that.
Bruh.
Uh-huh.
Everyone do it all at once. Maybe it has to be really loud.
Okay.
I don't know what that. That's what Pika does. Just like I don't know if the mic picked it up. No.
You start making these eating and feeding sounds of a rabbit. You have a sense that maybe this isn't the sound you're supposed to make, but it's good enough for the magic of this door. As suddenly you see springing forth from the pit trap a length of stone rolls out, almost like a drawbridge before you. Suddenly, you hear a grinding noise come from the wall, and you see that almost imperceptibly, or like it came out of nowhere, segments of wall seem to crumble away magically, and the doors swing wide open as you see a tunnel seems to lead into the mountain. You have a
Cannot
sense.
believe that worked.
You have a sense, Rykard, that this may be where those individuals went. You can tell from standing at a distance that the foliage and the draping of the vines and leaves obscures enough of this cavern that from a distance you wouldn't have been able to see people entering. You recall vaguely that you heard animal sounds as you first entered.
Oh, yeah. Onward, quietly. Hopefully.
Onward.
Alright, onward
But they
quietly.
probably know we're here. But
Yes, well, he was supposed to tell them not to attack us, but let's see.
all right.
All right. So you all move to enter into the sorry. As you all move to enter into the mountain itself, can I get perception checks from everyone, please?
Yes.
Sure.
Aye, aye.
Does Rufus get to roll one?
Are you looking through Rufus's eyes, or are you looking through your own?
I'm looking through my own. But Rufus is
Alright.
coming.
Yeah, but we don't have like
Don't let me
Rufus and
know.
Freya roll.
Yeah, okay. That's fine.
He sort of like huddles up with you, and you have a sense that he's more focused on staying close to you.
True. He's on top of my head right now.
Exactly. So, as you all begin to move forward into, you see a dimly lit, like distant and very like limitedly speckled about the space torches. The tunnel itself seems to be carved magically, and it forms almost a perfect circle. As you first enter into the space, immediately to the left of you, you see what appears to be a caved-in tunnel to your left. There's a series of stones that have all crumbled into place, and only a small gap within the stones lets a whistle of air through. Rowan, with your high perception, you smell from down there. There smells to be like something of like fresh water, maybe. It's hard for you to fully tell, and with it crumbled over, it's hard to truly say what lies beyond in there. Directly ahead of you, you see that the tunnel appears to dip down. Alexios, I'd say that with your high perception, you were able to smell that smell as well. But what sings out to you, Alexios, is particularly important, is that you can tell that the pathway up ahead will fork in two directions, one to the left, one to the right. Distantly, you think you see more light coming off to the right, and more noise. The pathway down to the left appears darker.
Alright, we have more noise coming from the right. So we'll probably encounter some people there. I'm not sure if that is where they're keeping Boone, but
It could be. Maybe we should head that way. Rykard's realm, what do you think?
Could I crouch down and try to see if there's any like trails or tracks or anything? If I could tell which way has been more like recently traveled by the people that just. Because are we thinking people just came down here? Like that's where they ran off to? Okay, then yeah. Just to see if I can tell where they went.
Sure, go ahead and roll a survival check.
Ooh, 7.
It's hard to say. This pathway appears to be quite well used. There are boot prints and trails of mud, kicked up dust and dirt. There are patches of fur and feathers. It doesn't appear to be a very well cleaned area.
Yeah, I can't really tell much, so whatever you all think, I'm fine with.
Maybe Rufus, was it very dark where Boone was kept, or was it light? Did Rufus say?
I look up, and Rufus is on top of my head, and he looks back at me. What does he say to me telepathically?
In his huge eyes, you have a sense that at first they were kept somewhere light and they were moved somewhere dark.
He says they were in light, and then it went dark.
So maybe we should go to the dark path then.
Yeah, maybe. I think that's where we should go.
Yeah. I'll steer us towards the dark path. The
Lead the way.
dark path.
The dark
All right.
path.
As you start to move in a leftward direction, you hear the sound of boots falling. Off to your right, as you get a little closer, Alex, you can hear a lot of talking to the right. Are you all proceeding with caution, or are you proceeding quickly?
Say with caution, probably, and if possible, like, can I overhear like what they're saying, or can I just hear that they're talking?
You can hear the people are talking. You would have to like stop and listen if you wanted to hear what they were truly saying.
All right, okay, I will stop for like 6 seconds or however long it takes just to see if I can overhear what they're saying.
All right, as you sort of pause, go ahead and roll a perception check.
Ooh, 23.
Okay. As you pause but a moment to listen, Alexios, you hear the following conversation. It sounds to be about 3 or 4 different people off over there, but you can hear that there are way more people a little bit further. Hear one of them say, "Fine catch that was. And quickly, too. I hate when they struggle." Another one says, "Me, I prefer it. I prefer the chase and the hunt. It's nothing like the kills and hunting on this island. So wild. You go hunting for chimera, boars, whatever else out there. No fun sporting it. Unless you're hunting for rock or something bigger." The third person says, the talk of this is distasteful. Where is Rajiv? He was right behind us. Until he returns, we should have no more talk of this. Go all on the frontal guard. Well, the one who was sort of talking first said, all right. I'll go warn the guards. But listen, I'm not so worried about this. One of them starts to speak up. He told me to run ahead. He should have be coming any moment now. Perhaps I should go back to the door and wait for him. Sila, please. You know he can handle himself. Why, I'm sure he'll come strutting in here any moment. Their conversation seems to sort of die down.
Right. You see Alex's eyes kind of narrow for a moment. Sounds like they're sending in more guards. He'll kind of say to the probably Beacon is the one in front of him. We should hurry. They're also waiting for presumably the person that's just run off.
Okay, so let's hurry. Yeah, let's go.
All right. As you move down the leftward side, can you please go ahead and roll stealth checks? Does anyone want to give guidance
My
to Beacon?
God.
Too late.
Please.
Well,
No!
it's a little bit late now.
What if I just,
Took off your armor.
Yeah. That'd be crazy. I probably should actually.
You should get armor of doffing and donning, so it won't take time to do it.
Yeah.
Okay. Stealth. 18. As you begin to move forward, Beacon immediately sort of leans against one of the walls, and you can all hear the hard clang and almost scrape of his armor up against it. As he does, leaning sort of against the wall, where there had been a bit of a cave-in, you feel as immediately a number of the rocks begin to clatter down. Alex, who had been listening at the sort of slight opening of the archway that leads down the right-hand path, you immediately hear, "What was that?" And then, "It must be Rajiv. I'll go meet him." And you begin to hear heavy boot falls coming in your direction.
All right, I'm going to throw up my hands and minor illusion up. How tall is the cave wall that we're in?
It's about about 8 feet.
All right, so as high as I can, because I think it's about a 5-foot cube, I'm going to create, pretend there was, even, a bigger rock fall and just have, a bunch of, rocks, illusory rocks, come, in front, behind us, and I'll say, go, 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 they're coming.
All right, you summon forth an illusory cave-in. Oh, sorry, I was just joking because Sam said I'm gonna throw up a wall.
I was like,
Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah.
You toss up your hands and summon forth a cave-in, an illusory cave-in, and then quickly all of you rush towards the left-hand side. As we begin to quickly move down the corridor off in that direction, who has dark vision?
I think all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. As you've been making your way down this way, you can see that it's sort of a little bit dark in this space. As you wind your way down a path, it swirls and winds downward. And you are met after about 40 or so feet of a jog. You are met with an iron gate. There appears to be a lock, and as you approach it, Rowan and Elixios, you can hear that there appear to be almost like soft howling or barking noises coming from further down beyond this gate.
Can anyone pick the lock? Maybe?
Yeah, I can give it a shot.
Right.
I'm gonna try
Alright,
to pick the lock.
Do you have a lock-picking tool?
I have these tools.
All right. Go ahead and roll. Sleight of hand. Are you proficient?
I am.
Okay.
Yes, I am. 24.
All right.
Nice.
As you sink the tools into the tumbler and twist at it, you feel as the door gives way and opens. It lets out a loud creak as you push it open.
Okay. Yeah, go, 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 go.
Get in.
As you move in, the space that you find yourself in is pitch black. Although all of you can see a little bit in this light, lack thereof, the space feels very cramped and dingy and dark. You feel yourselves walking a winding path further and further into what seems to be a cavernous pit. As you find your way to the bottom, you hear and smell animals of various different kinds. You see, as the space unfolds before you, an area that appears to be about 20 or so feet in circumference, or rather in diameter, I should say. You see inside there appears to be about 15 cages, 2 of which are empty. Within these different cages, you see a bunch of different creatures. But the one that most draws your attention is the mange-covered boar, who appears to be flopped on her side, unconscious, seemingly asleep, almost as though a spell or something to that effect had been used on her.
That one smells like Boone.
You're right. I think it is.
Gotta get her.
Did somebody poke her?
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of reach through the cage and try to shake her. Hey, Boone. Boone, are you okay?
You try to shake her. She seems to remain yet asleep.
Think you can open another lock?
Hey, do we know that's her?
I mean, who else would it be?
I reach my hand through it. I slap the door.
Oh my god!
Okay. You reach out and you slap the boar.
Does it wake up?
It lets out like a snort and a honk and lets a few kicks. You see slowly beginning to stand up. A boar with far more intelligence than your typical boar. Appears to be almost bloated and almost like it was like rotting. And as it looks towards you, there's anger in its eyes.
Boone, is that you?
She lets out a snort of annoyance, as if it's obvious.
One snort means yes.
What is it, Boone? Open the cage.
Snorts, yes. One snort, no.
Open it. Go.
She sort of lets some annoyed kicks and stares at you. Like, are you serious?
Rykard, stop.
Because we don't have time for this. Come on.
I'll unlock the cage. I'll unlock
They're
the
right
cage.
after us.
Unlock the cage.
Okay, go ahead and roll sleight of hand, right card.
Throw it.
Owen, do you want to
oh,
maybe
oh,
help
oh,
Rykard out a little bit?
Shh, quiet. Put his hand on Rykard's shoulder and grab his holy amulet and cast guidance.
That's a D6, but it's still a 1, so just 22.
As you turn the keys in the tumbler, you feel the cage open for you as the gate opens. Looking inside, you see that Boone slowly begins to get up and shake herself as if she's been like sort of lying there for a while. Rowan, where you're standing, you feel a soft, wet nose bump against your hand through some bars.
I'll turn and look.
Looking towards it, you see what appears to be a large blend between a wolf and a bear. Its body appears like ursine and massive, and its face appears more wolfish. You can see that it has wings at its side that are almost like eagle-like, but you can tell that the wings themselves have been clipped at the edges. It sort of just nuzzles at your hand between the bars.
He'll crouch down and he'll slip his hand through the bar a little bit and try to pet and comfort it. Hey, buddy. He lets out a little bit of a sad noise and then he'll turn and look up at Rykard. You can't leave them here. Can you get them all out?
Do you think they'll attack us?
I look back at the creature inside, and I'm like,
Maybe.
it seemed pretty, like, docile, and like it's letting me pet its face.
Go ahead and roll an animal handling.
A 14.
You recognize this type of creature. It's called a Kaimari. They are often ridden by the Bruin Masters of the wild, who ride both normal bears and Kaimari. They can be friendly, but they're like typically very proud creatures. This one appears pretty sad. in comparison to a proud wild Kimari.
I've seen creatures like this before. Often they're fine, they're tamed. This one looks broken. They all do. They won't hurt us. If they start to get rowdy, I'll talk to them. They want to be free. We can't leave them here.
I agree. We
Get
should
him
lift
away.
up as many as we can.
Get him away. Get.
Yes.
Alright, I'll scoot, and I'll,
Alright.
as long as I can, I'll try to give him guidance on his rolls to speed it up.
Yeah, and while they're doing that, I'll just kind of linger a bit closer to the entrance and listen for if I hear any signs of people getting closer.
All right, go ahead and roll a perception
quick-
check.
Quick question about these locks. Are they just like, are they in the cages, or is it like a is it called a bolt lock?
They're like padlocks on the outer end.
Padlocks.
Maybe you could
Okay,
smash
cool,
a few
cool,
of them
cool.
open?
Yeah, can I do that?
Make a lot of noise.
Yeah, I'll try to
It
use
will
my
be
axe
noisy.
and smash. Yeah. You think it's worth it? Yeah, it's probably worth it.
Let me try getting it open first, and then if I can't, smash it.
If you start hearing people
Alright,
coming,
sounds
Alex,
good.
then maybe Beacon start smashing.
Yeah, then you start smashing, yes.
Yeah, that one.
All right,
Do that
sounds
one.
good.
All right. Alex, as you listen, you begin to hear very distantly, echoing through the tunnels, sound. You have a feeling that they can tell that your illusion is an illusion.
Alright, so they are coming closer.
Start smashing.
Start
Yeah.
smashing. Go.
You start over there. I'll go over here.
All right. I'm gonna start smashing.
All right. Beacon, you make short work of these padlocks, working on smashing. Is anyone else helping?
I'm trying to unlock him because I don't got the strength like that.
All right. You begin to unlock the locks. They don't seem to be the most advanced locks, Rykard. And with Rowan's help and guidance, you are able to also make short work of them. Quickly, you mount a group of 12 various different types of animals. The Kamari, of course, that you freed. It immediately goes close to Rowan. It stands quite tall, Rowan, like the size of a grizzly bear, and it sort of butts its head against yours in thanks. There is two extremely large lions with this long, shimmering manes that almost appear like the finest hair that come forth from their cages. Although they growl a little at first, they don't seem intent at all on injuring you. And in fact, their attention seems to turn further up the tunnel. There are other large creatures as well that as they leave their cages, they all seem to hold enough intelligence to recognize what you've done for them. And as a number of these hunters, these trappers, begin to make their way down the tunnel, you feel that at your side, fighting at your side or ready to, are your newfound animal compatriots. And we'll end our session there for tonight.
Oh! Hooray!
Oh, we about to stampede down the hallway.
Yeah.
Hooray!
Hooray!
Yeah.
Hooray!
Running by our side.
Yay!
It's very fun, Harry.
That was awesome.
Yay.
Thank you, Harry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Be very nice.
Ugh, see, okay,
Very nice
so
session.
we need to remember that one guy's voice who sounded a little bloodthirsty, because that's the first one that dies.
Yeah.
For the record.
Yeah.
Beacon, don't worry.
Yeah.
I'm taking.
No!
Somebody's losing fingers,
Can't
man. I told
kill
them taking fingers.
people.
Casualty of war. It's, you know.
It happens, man.
No!
Listen,
My
what,
hand
one
slipped,
of the
dude.
animals accidentally stampedes them.
Exactly.
My hand slid.
Right.
I can't control the animal, please.
Okay, so if I
Please
wild
don't
shape into
kill.
an animal and then I blend in with the crowd,
No!
then I can kill them all.
I think that's fair game.
Yeah, fair game.
Please.
What about Boone? Does Boone get like a retaliatory
I'm
killing
fine.
pass?
I was like, Boone should get a retaliatory killing pass. I'm like, she just got, she got kidnapped.
Yeah, she just run through.
Yeah. I think we each get one per. We each get one kill, and then after that we're done. We
Right.
each get one.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yours
Go for the
resets,
whole
Rose.
campaign.
Starting now. Yeah.
Yes, yours resets.
Oh, well, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye, recording.
When are we able to meet again? Oh, bye
Never
recording.
again.
Will